Endeavor's live stream. Yeah, so for this first part, we're going to talk a little about the Black Fountain V3. Hope you guys are here. Is that okay? Should I scooch a little bit? Can we see? Are we good?
Diving right into it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
welcome. Thanks for joining us at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time.
12:30 here.
12:30 here. No, you should talk. It'll be better if you talk too. Yeah, just yell to make sure. Yes.
This is Dan,
Oh yeah, I'm Dan. This is Brady.
and we've got a bunch of other people that we love to see, but don't get to see as much nowadays. But today we get to see them because we're doing video stuff. There's Isaac. There's Kylan's belly. And there's Seth's neck and beard. And then, hey, yo, there we go.
Now we're back to us.
Also, bear with us as we're, figuring this out. This is all new territory. Andy Othling helped us really try and navigate it, and Seth has been connecting all sorts of things and troubleshooting everything in the world. So hopefully it's enjoyable, and we'll start doing this more often.
Yeah, we are truly live right now, and over the course of the day, probably work out some kinks. If you guys have any questions or comments or concerns, Isaac is here to monitor. We've got a question already. All right, let's hit it.
Yell it out. What is it about Oklahoma that inspires cool pedal companies?
I mean, Robert Keeley, pretty much, right? Yeah, I feel like you can trace so many stories back to Robert Keeley, starting Keeley Electronics and modding pedals in all kinds of ways. And two people in this room worked at Keeley, right?
Sure.
You and Isaac, and then
Isaac was like a decade-long dude, Keeley dude, right? 10 years? Weren't you there for 10? 10 years at Keeley? Yeah.
and you were there for a couple years. How long was that?
Probably 2, I think.
Yeah. Then your tenure at Walrus, and now 6 years
Longest
as
job
Old Blood
I've ever
Noise
had.
Endeavors. Same, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think for most of us except Isaac, who but he's 67 years old now, so he's had, 10 years here, 10 years there, 15 at that one place. And, okay.
So yeah,
He's not even looking.
I think that's the.
You pull that pedal in front of you.
Me?
No, Dan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that? Yeah.
Centers of play.
I definitely saw what you were doing. I just did not know what it meant.
We were seeing just Seth making this motion repeatedly.
But I also panicked about what I had right here.
Yeah, the same. I was like,
This is so fun. Oh yeah, I'm also realizing that I'm not hearing the actual how noisy that probably is.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
Cool. All right.
yeah.
Hey,
I don't know. Should we tell them about the Black Fountain a little bit?
So. Right, we're running out of time already.
Yeah, because
3 minutes.
some folks may have seen our various videos or some of the outside demos of this pedal, but we just thought this is still the new kid on the block, and we're pretty excited about the new features added to a sound that, the sound that launched the company really. In August 2014, we've finally added some tap tempo and expanded the range of the time control, and just added some fun little tricks to it. So that's what you're hearing. Brady playing through an Iridium. It's weird to have done the Dan Explains It All for this and then be like, okay, do I just do that again? Are we still up?
Did it lose it, Isaac?
All right, we are back. So why don't we just start with my favorite new thing about the Black Fountain V3? It's that the time control can go shorter than it used to be able to. So you're able to basically turn it into a chorus pedal where the intensity of the modulation is just controlled by the fluid control. So I set my time to its shortest possible, which is I think around 30 milliseconds, and brought the feedback all the way down so you just have one repeat. And then by bringing the fluid up, you can just kind of turn it into a chorus, or even max out the mix all the way, and it turns into essentially a just like a warm vibrato pedal in a way. Bump it over to vintage mode, you'll get a little extra gain and darkness to the wet sound. So it's sort of like a character chorus, which is often chorus is like a super clean kind of shimmery effect, but I think it's fun that with the V3 you can coax much darker chorus sounds out of it. Of course, you can also max the time back out to around a second. Tap along with whatever tempo you like. Get the mood out of the shot so we can really focus on what's important right now. But we will be talking about mood later, so stick around. I think because it's early on a Sunday afternoon, I don't feel like talking much, which is why I'm just turning knobs while Brady plays. Sort of trying to let this pedal speak for itself. That's a fun new trick. It's just labeled tap, so you can tap whatever tempo you want for your delay time. But secretly, you can also hold it down, and it will just momentarily max out the feedback control. And you'll notice that it just sort of hangs tight. It's the repeats will steadily fade out. You can hear it happening a little bit now. So it's not quite like looper level, but it's also not going to self-oscillate, so you can just use it to really easily establish these pads of what you're playing, like doing these single note things that just extend themselves into lush chords that just slowly fade and kind of filter themselves out.
I saw some demos popping up the last couple days that reference that as like sound on sound.
Yeah.
And so I watched them to know what they were referencing.
Yeah.
From the pedal that we use.
It's fun when your pedal ends up in other people's hands and they're like, oh yeah, it's like a sound on sound. It's like, oh, is it? Yeah, I guess it is. It is something kind of like that. Be sure to tell us what you think this pedal is. I guess, I don't know who all is out there, so some of you may be joining us from EFFECTOPIA, the oh yeah. We have a question about this jazzer over here.
This is one of the American Vintage reissue AVRI, isn't that what it is?
Yeah.
From like 2008, I think. And I think I traded a Voyager and $800 for this in 2012 or something. And it's been going ever since. And so we change out the pickups a lot. We get these are the black tri lits, and they're like cool Jazzmaster pickups. I've had a Curtis Novak humbucker in there for a while. Yeah, it's a good guitar. Third Eye Blind hates it. They stole it once and then sent us a message that it was no good and sent it back. It's a true story.
Still have the postcard on our fridge in the break room.
How many people are watching?
Now I just want to talk to you about this guitar. I'm like, oh, what
Let's
makes
just
you
talk
what
about
makes
whatever.
you like change up the pickups? Like, what has driven those choices?
I feel like naturally when I first got into Jazz Masters, what comes in them stock feels a little too round, a little too bass heavy for me. For the playing that I typically like. So I tried that Novak. I still have it, and it was great. It was in there for a number of years, just for some more grit. And for a long time, I would just stick to the bridge pickup and not really even mess with the neck very much, but just noodling around. The neck is fine.
Yeah.
It's warm. It's nice. But yeah, these pickups just have a little more intensity to them, I think. I don't know if it's gain or there's, just a little higher.
Yeah. Nice.
I like them. They still are very rounded, but have that little bit of push. So.
Nice.
Yeah, cool story, Brady.
Yeah. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was just gonna introduce us because I keep thinking of this as like you're coming to us as Old Blood fans, but you may be coming to us from outside, from the world of EFFECTOPIA, just kind of popping into our world for a second. So for those that don't know, the Black Fountain is our take on an oil can delay. They are basically these old delay units that would actually have oil in the drum and would that could not explain the mechanics of it to you, but essentially the sound would actually be affected by the character of the oil itself. So, you got an older oil that's more viscous, and just the way it modulates and the darkness of the sound are kind of all affected by the quality of the oil in the unit. So the idea with this was to capture some of that quality, but in a modern effect that you didn't have to freshen the oil up on or source from who knows where. And so we have a modern mode, which is the cleanest repeat, and your controls are pretty straightforward. You've got time, feedback, so time will set the time from short to long, 30 milliseconds to about a second. And then feedback will control the amount of repeats. So all the way down, you'll just hear one repeat. All the way up, it will do that sound on sound thing that we were talking about earlier. And then the fluid knob is kind of where the magic comes in, because that's going to control the amount of modulation of the delayed signal. It might be just a little bit of warble all the way down up to a pretty deep modulating pitch all the way up. Vintage mode then takes that same idea, but adds a bit of gain and filters out some of the highs, and just it creates overall a more intense and darker voice. So basically the idea of like maybe modern mode is what that unit sounded like when you first got it, and then vintage mode is what it sounds like now after many years. But the controls have the same range on both of those modes, so they're kind of two sides of the same coin. Then organ mode changes things up. So now we have a fixed delay time of I think it's 211 milliseconds, and the time control now controls the rate of the modulation. And you'll notice that it's because it's linked to time. The shortest rate is, or I should say, the fastest rate is the shortest time. Slowest rate is the longest time. Feedback doesn't do the sound on sound thing. It just gives you more repeats and affects the modulation a little bit. And then fluid is now the depth of modulation. So if you wanted to, you could basically totally take the modulation out and just have a little bit of a, I don't know if it's quite slapback. I don't know what slapback is time-wise. People talk about it. I never use it, but it's something in that realm. It's a short repeat. Or you can max out that modulation and get just a much more intense warble out of it. This is probably the closest you can get to one of those old oil can units. This sound right here is definitely kind of the perfect vintage vibe of those. I think it's the Telray one is there, and then it's just a little Sunday afternoon humor for you guys. Funny joke.
I thought you were joking, but
What if it was true? What if I've never really heard many vintage oil can units, and so it's just like, oh yeah, actually they sounded crazy.
there wasn't a lot of, there weren't many parts that were like executing that sound in many songs. I wonder who just walked in. Yeah.
Can the expression, is it only an expression or can it take a CV input?
What did we determine? I believe you should be able to feed it. If you're feeding voltage on the tip and you go 0 to 3.3 volts, that should simulate the action of like what the expression pedal is doing. Because basically our expression setup is acting as a voltage divider that's feeding between 0 and 3.3 volts to the tip, which reaches the chip that's controlling all of this. So if you give it too much voltage, if you're running like a 0 to 5 or more CV, then just don't do that. But yeah, to be honest, we don't use CV a lot at the shop, and so we have not really experimented with that. So I don't want to officially endorse it, but we have heard of people using CV, and that is the action of the expression is creating a voltage between 0 and 3.3. So should be fine to do that as long as you keep that voltage down. Actually, do we have an expression around? I was just thinking we could show how you set expression on Black Fountain, because that's another one of the improvements we made on the V3. Basically, V2, you were able to control either the time or the fluid knob with an expression pedal. For V3, we decided maybe you could control time and feedback instead, so that you could use the expression to turn it into that sound-on-sound looper and then back it off and just kind of set different levels of feedback or different levels of time. And then while we were in there messing around with it, we decided, what if you just did both? You could control one, the other, both, or none. But I don't know why you would move an expression if it doesn't control anything. Yeah, I think Seth is grabbing an expression pedal for us to show how to do that. I guess I can set, you don't actually have to have the expression pedal plugged in to calibrate what you want to do with it. So I'll show you how to do that now. Basically, you just hold the bypass knob. Oh, thanks. And the LED will start blinking. While it's in this first blink, you choose where you want time and feedback to start. So let's say for my down position on the expression, I want the time to be all the way down and the feedback to be all the way up. Then I hold this again. It'll lock that in. And now I can choose the up position. So I'm going to just flip those. I'm going to say, let's do the longest time and the shortest feedback. Hold bypass again, and that'll lock in both choices. And now we're ready to go. So I can still use the knobs, but I can also plug in an expression. And what it will do is just fade between that first setting and the second setting. So super high feedback, super short time. Longest time with only one repeat. And then various settings in between. So I can set it right in the middle, and we've got pretty much medium time, medium feedback. So it's just a fun way to affect a couple different things at once. And I should be able to still max out my time, do the sound on sound using the tap switch, holding that. So yeah, a lot of versatility with controlling both of those knobs at once.
Oh yeah. Yeah, let's
So
talk about it.
yeah, let's talk about the expression slider. So
Do we have one? Do we have one of those special ones? So
Yeah, can we
everybody
show
to
them?
Really entice them. Really get their salivary glands going.
because here's the deal, folks.
Yeah, he is in another
Oh
world.
yeah, our producer is deep in his. Okay, now he's hearing us.
Can you grab one of the blue?
I can show you the input.
Oh no, we haven't made. Can we just grab one? We're gonna show them off. You know. you know. Oh man.
All right.
I'm gonna break the.
We have our director coming in from across the fourth wall, so you can once more see the pedals. All right. So we're gonna show you a fun custom expression slider.
Thanks, Isaac.
You can see it here. And you can see it there. So this is based on the Dark Star color scheme. Got blue ink on a black enclosure, because Dark Star also has expression control. To compare this with that. Basically, we've got a few of these, there we go, that we're giving away today. So not during this session, but we've got three more blocks of programming for you guys throughout the day. And in each one, we're going to have a trivia question. We will ask it at some point earlier in the chat, and whoever answers correctly first gets one of these expression sliders. So be sure to come back to us at 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 6:30. All those times are in Eastern, so we're going to be here at those numbers -1. And you can answer some trivia questions, or just a trivia question. We'll have one in each round. And yeah, first to it gets a free expression slider.
I would also, since we're here at Old Blood, we're very pro-democracy. And you didn't know this is where this is going. We're all about voting. We're all about everyone's voice being heard. If anybody wants to chime in on what we should eat for lunch, or what drinks we should be pouring later on in the day, because it's gonna happen. And also, yeah,
you can choose the energy of later sessions. I vote Indian food and exclusively IPAs. Okay, I'm gonna feel a little rough, but we'll do it for you. I vote pizza and whiskey. Okay, we're gonna feel fine, but it's not gonna look great to you. Etc. There's various.
The last 3 days. Yeah. So also, questions. We want questions. We miss everybody. Just talk to us. Give us what we need.
This is making me acutely aware of how much I miss Jaeger bombs.
Jaeger bombs. Okay. Well.
Democracy at work, man.
Okay, so we have a slightly limited liquor cabinet at the shop, and not that long of breaks in between. So.
Liquor stores are closed anymore.
It's Sunday. They're closed. Yeah, can't do Jaeger bombs.
Are they though? Because they don't.
Wait,
I mean,
Jaeger
Cleveland County doesn't.
Never mind.
So.
They're open.
I mean, no, they are. We can't buy Jaeger right now. Let's get into liquor laws in Oklahoma. No, but really, this is. I think doing this is making me realize how much I miss going to trade shows and getting to actually talk with folks in person. So.
This one?
Oh, we have a question about the jumpsuits. Where do you get them?
I need to know, online. This one was on the sale rack at a place, and it's a little bit too small for me. I might give it to Brent still. So. I don't know. It's a medium. It's kind of tight in some areas, but it's real comfortable. Right around the crotch and right around the belly. Everything hidden by this guitar right now.
Any plans to do a bigger version of the Blender?
Why would it need to be bigger?
No.
Well, like, what? Honest question. What does it need that it doesn't have? That it would need to be bigger.
I feel like when we were working on the Blender, we wanted it to occupy a certain amount of functionality and a certain size, essentially, because you can, like the Gig Rig G3 and all kinds of stuff in between. And so Blender was kind of the thing that we wanted to do in terms of size and functionality, and just focusing on blending a couple things in parallel with the option to bring a clean sound as well. It just seemed to make the most sense as a 1590 BBM, or it's actually 1590 BBS now. So we should have saved that for a trivia question.
Do you mean like more channels? So there's an A, a B, and a clean. Are you thinking like A, B, C, D, E, F, R, S, T, clean? Is that may be? No, there's no plans to do that. Not a bad idea, but
yeah, I think there's so many different cool ways to route signals and so many different ways to implement options on that routing. So yeah, Blender was just kind of the idea that we had to enter into that market for some sonic ideas that we were interested in exploring. If you have an idea for a tool that you feel like is not out there, and we'll kind of talk about various routing possibilities in a later block actually, feel free to let us know if there's something specific you're looking for. We're always open to ideas, but yeah, no plans right now. So.
And don't be discouraged if that email just sits in my inbox for a little while, so please send your ideas, and whenever the time is right, those ideas will make it to where they need to be.
There
right?
you go.
Right?
Yeah. You'll sit on it a bit. You might respond to it. You might, in general, they might not always be responded to directly and promptly.
There's so many things going on. Sometimes you gotta let it cook. You gotta let it cook, simmer a little.
Yeah.
I said like 4 words and they all mashed into one word. But you gotta let it cook. Seth, are we talking to nothing?
No, we're good.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody want to hear? Well, yeah, that one right there.
I guess I like that this one sounds different than all the others. No, I mean,
you guys are gonna love this.
I showed it's the sound on sound and the vibrato thing. So it's funny that it's like basically 2 completely opposite settings of like longest time, most feedback, or shortest time, least feedback. What's your favorite setting on this?
I like vintage mode. I like two things that stick out. Lots of feedback, maybe shorter time, lots of movement there, so that I can get like a. So it's almost doing
it's a nice one.
the full oscillation, or as if you were holding that.
Right, yeah.
But not quite.
Yeah, just barely on the edge of doing that.
So that one's really nice, and then in organ.
I like the way that the mix is set there, because you don't hear as much clean. You just hear these hints of what will be entering the wash in a way. You get these little sparkling bits, and then they wash out and join in with the rest.
Yeah, and it's not really rhythmic based so much.
Yeah.
It is all sort of just washing together. In organ mode, I like a really solid full mix. Oh, I forgot that. Leave that plugged in.
Yeah. I think-
I just like that really strong warble. It's very lo-fi still.
Yeah.
To me, it's which the original Black Fountain always had that sort of Godspeedy like warbly violin notes that would go
Yeah.
all over the place. Stuff like that.
Yeah. That's good.
That's what that's what I like.
Nice.
Do we have any more questions?
How did you choose which subdivisions to put on the Black Fountain?
How do we choose which subdivisions? It just felt like, I mean, 3 feels like a good amount of functionality, and so having quarter note, eighth note, triplet can give you a lot of things. So you can get the, like quarter note is, I think, an obvious one where it's just like what you tap is what you get. Which actually, I should note that on organ mode, you'll notice that because the time is fixed, the tap affects the rate of modulation. So, but when you're just tapping in normally, I think a quarter note subdivision makes obvious sense of just whatever speed you tap, it'll lock into. Eighth note, twice as fast, I think makes a lot of sense. And then I feel like with 16th notes, a lot of times that's just a very fast subdivision. So it's like maybe you just, to get there, tap along with your eighth notes, divide those by 2, and then you'll get there. And then triplet just gives you some nice possibilities for different rhythmic vibes. You can get more of like, I don't know how you get dotted eighth out of that exactly, but it's sort of just like more fun rhythmic options given the triplet alongside the quarter note and the eighth note. 1, 2, 3 just feels good too. Very quick Old Blood origin story.
Okay. So Seth and I went to college together. We were studying. This is a quick version. We were studying film and video studies, and then Seth and I, as time went on, we had a class together, and as time went on, we became better friends and worked on many projects together, and we started working on music projects. This is probably, 2007-ish, 2007-ish,
Yeah.
6 or 7. Now, Old Blood didn't start until 2014, so we got a little ways to go. So then we, Seth and I have been friends for a long time and have worked on a lot of creative projects together. Towards the end of my time at Walrus, Seth had started working for a company that did a lot of things to help Walrus out, called Mammoth Electronics, and he was sort of the creative guy there, and so he would oftentimes help me with videos, with pedal artwork design, kind of like the marketing aspects of everything. And then in 2014 we decided to jump off and try something of our own vibe, our own destiny, our own control. And that's when Old Blood started. So, yeah, just like any basement pedal story, we started making and selling pedals and trying to make them better over time, and adding team members to make the products better, to speak in an eloquent voice, to describe the products, to design the products, to field customer questions, to build them better, to create better videos, to sort of up the game in every way possible. So that's it. I'm sweating under my mask. Yeah, so this is what we do. Everybody wears a lot of hats, and we're slowly trying to isolate those hats as we're able to. The resources allow us to. So
reallocate hats
yeah.
and bring in new hat wearers where applicable.
Yeah. Yeah. Or did you type all that, Isaac? Thumbs up. So yeah. Guys, we just did 45 minutes. This is fun. I see why everybody's doing this all the time.
Live streaming.
I'm living online.
What is it, the future?
No, this is the future. I'm living online.
2020, 2020,
It just
20
takes-
vision, I mean.
It takes
am
5
I right?
of us
Mhm.
and internet help to make this easy thing happen.
Yeah, so we'll be back 3 p.m. Eastern. We're going to talk about a couple new things in the pipeline, and we'll field more questions from all of you, and we'll talk more about Jazzmaster pickups.
Maybe we'll change it out.
Yeah, who
Maybe
knows?
we'll use
Who
a
knows?
different guitar.
You got to tune in to find out. So enjoy the next hour or so. Check out some of the other stuff on EFFECTOPIA, and make sure to join us at 2 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central. 1 p.m. Mountain, noon Pacific, lunchtime.
Inside
See you
the
there.
future. Happy Sunday.
ask the trivia question kind of randomly, like 10 minutes in type thing, or
Announce it and then say it again. Like at the beginning.
just to reward folks who are there in the middle. Hello. Welcome to the second live stream of the day from your friends at Old Blood Noise Endeavors. So for this chunk, we're gonna just talk about a few different things that have been kicking around the shop, ideas that you will be able to buy in the near future. Brady's gonna play some guitar and drink some coffee, and it's a dark and stormy. I will later. So yeah, just a few little things to talk about. First off, I want to show the procession and dweller we're working with here. Just to show how one of the recent changes we made is to kind of generally flip over to 3mm LEDs instead of 5mm. There's sort of a clean look to it, and one of the things that we like is we get so excited about the various artists we get to work with, and any opportunity we have to just even showcase a little bit more of that art in a kind of clean and fun way we like to take. So that was just a small change we made recently. You'll notice that the LEDs are now 3mm. You also might notice that the dweller is now a multicolor print. So it used to be sort of a dark green on a spring mint enclosure, just a very soft green powder coat. And now we've got yellow and blue elements and just kind of various color elements. Really brings out some of Garrett Young's like comic style, and just his overall artistry gets to show even a little more than before. He actually did the artwork for both Procession and Dweller. This was the first time we got to work with him, and then Visitor was the most recent time that we were able to have the art of Garrett Young on our products. So what you're hearing right now is a mono signal that is the Procession and Dweller in parallel. So you've got the phase repeaty sound of the Dweller. Let me turn off that distortion for a bit, actually. So you've got that. And then the washed out tremolo reverb of the Procession. And the way you're hearing them in parallel right now is a little utility device that we cooked up just recently. As you can imagine, this is not the final artwork for it, but basically what we've done here is, and this was inspired by Seth, who is our director today and our creative director every day. Basically wanting to take the stereo output of this Ovation Preacher, the guitar that Brady's playing right now.
This is Seth's guitar too, normal guitar.
Yeah,
Does
this is.
that work now? Which is why this idea makes sense coming from Seth.
Yeah, exactly.
This
Yeah,
is
that's
how
like his go-to
yeah.
guitar. So that's how so much of how Seth experiences pedals is through that guitar, and so it has a stereo output through TRS. Basically, it sends the I can't remember which way it is, but neck pickup goes through the ring or the tip, and then the bridge pickup goes through the other one. And basically wanting to easily split that signal into parallel effects chains and then run it into something like the Strymon Iridium that does stereo through TRS. So what this little routing box is doing is just taking the TRS out of the preacher, splitting out the tip and ring so that we can actually wire it through two different effects chains, and then doing the flip side on the other half of this utility device. So basically then taking the two outputs, the separate TS connections, and routing them into a TRS connection, and that is then going out to the Strymon Iridium, which is how you're hearing everything today. So we have it summed to mono right now, just because the nature of the feed. I think we only have two sources, so it's this mic and the mono guitar. But it's a lot of fun to be able to start with a stereo guitar signal, route it out to devices that require TS signals instead of TRS, and then get it into another stereo thing. So to maintain that stereo split all throughout, just using this little routing box. So we basically just cooked this up this week, so there's not a schedule or a price or anything like that for it yet, but just something to look out for, and fun new tool. Do we have any questions in the chat? I don't know if Seth should start a cult. He did, right? You and Brady started a cult, right?
I feel like only somebody who's in it would know to set it up. Yeah. We'll see you at Monday meeting. Michael, whatever his name is, at the cult meeting. No, not our Monday business meeting. Sorry. Just, Monday didn't make sense.
Surprise, Michael Paul works. But yeah, so that's a nice little parallel stereo routing device we've got. The other thing on the table right now is our miniature Alpha Hunt, which I just wanted to say miniature, but we'll call it mini Alpha Hunt from now on. Basically taking the sound of the Alpha Hunt and putting it in a little smaller box. You'll notice that the bias control is now a toggle instead of a full knob, but a lot of the other functionality of the Alpha Hunt is retained. So let's hear what that sounds like going into the procession side. In fact, maybe let's do a quick reroute. So forgive some occasional pops. If we get a TS cable, if we have... Yeah, I was just gonna route through. So the guitar has both stereo and mono out, so I figured if we do a mono out just into the Alpha Hunt and then that into the Iridium, so we can hear it more isolated.
So where do you want me to go?
So you swap out the stereo to the mono jack there, and then
The fault circuit is based on, let's see. Originally, I started with Voyager circuit from Walrus Audio because that's what I had and that's what I liked and that's what I used to make. And then I hacked it up and we added a 3-band EQ and we made the gain section a lot different. Fault V2 is much different from all of that. And yeah, I think the idea started as trying to get that clonish range in an overdrive, and it outgrew that very quickly and became something else altogether. So
yeah, something where you can, in a way, track the lineage back to a clon, and if you like really tweak it, you can find some clony sounds. But the fun of it is all the other sounds and versatility of it. So however you want to look at it.
Yeah.
What is the circuit? All right, we got Isaac back. We got our producer in the room. Isaac is the kind of the mind behind the expansion of the Haunt into the Alpha Haunt, and then now shrinking down into the mini Alpha Haunt. So good timing, Isaac. Okay, we got sound. We're good. Turn the master volume down just to start, because this can get very loud. So for those of you not familiar with the Alpha Hunt, the idea of it is basically a gated fuzz with a ton of control. So you have a 3-band EQ. You've got your bass, your mids, your highs, and those are all on sliders, which is just a lot of fun. You've got the fuzz amount, the gate amount, and the overall tone of the fuzz control. You also have a volume for the fuzz, and a couple toggle switches up top here. So you've got a low-pass filter, which determines the sort of the function of the tone control. You can set it wide open, or pretty dark, or even darker. And then, yeah, you got that fuzz volume control, which then feeds into the master. And you may be thinking, why have 2 volumes for the fuzz? That's because you've got an enhance knob that essentially brings in not exactly a clean signal. You hear how it's kind of like still, in a way, it almost has a gate. Like it distorts in its own way, but it's essentially a much cleaner signal than the fuzz. And so those go in parallel through the master volume. You've also got a bias switch that kind of determines how gated the fuzz will get. And I guess D for distortion, probably distortion amount. I don't know if, yeah, basically it affects the range of the fuzz control. So you can have it set to distort less overall or more overall, and then tweak the fuzz control to taste. But yeah, kind of the idea was we loved the sound of the Alpha Hunt, but every once in a while you get somebody that's saying, wish it were a little bit smaller, it would fit on my board more easily. And part of the fun of the Alpha Hunt is that we just wanted to make a giant pedal with an insane amount of controls. Like, I think, what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 controls for a fuzz pedal, which is a little goofy. So still 12 controls, but just shrunk down a little bit. But with all the same sounds, you can get these sort of open overdrive-y sounds out of it. You can do super extreme EQ moves with it. All mids or totally scooped mids. Bring in a lot of fuzz. As you turn up the gate knob, it changes the dynamic character of it and also increases the distortion. So once that gate is maxed out, it's just super compressed, out of control fuzz. Not out of control. You know what I mean. And then if you want to blend in a little bit of that enhance, you can, in a way, overcome the squash of the fuzz by blending in some of that cleaner boosted signal. Looked like maybe we had a question from the chat. Maybe not? No? Okay. Why not? Why aren't you asking questions?
Why do you guys not care? Yeah, I think one of the reasons that we decided to move, because it's not an all-out, it's not a real big change to the Alpha Hunt that's out there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of cleaning up, so like simplifying the bias control, because that was really always an on or off thing.
Yeah, but it was a knob that acted more like a switch anyway.
Yeah. So moving that to a switch, and then having a format that fits with some of our other pedals that are, complex, and like the White Cap and the Fault V2, and being able to make those the same size, and it feels nice, as well as having really big, overly big pedals feels nice too. It is nice to see those things next to each other, and like know that there's sort of a pair. They can work together, and they are this same form factor.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, and I think sort of what we're seeing here is that, I don't know, we really like to make small tweaks as we go along. So we're seeing like 3mm LEDs, smaller form factor for the Alpha Haunt, a new routing box that, like so much of our utility line, kind of comes out of having a moment. Somebody has a moment where they go, oh, we could really use an ABY, or like, what if we had a buffer but it was a 3-band equalizer as well? Like that would just be a really handy start or end of chain tool. Blender, kind of same deal. So I think just finding ideas and just trying to quickly make them happen is.
So we got. Would you suggest the Alpha Hunt being first in the chain because of the impedance?
It's.
Will you repeat the question again?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, so we got a question about whether the Alpha Haunt should be first in the chain because of the impedance. It's not like a fuzz face or like a sort of a vintage fuzz where you can do a lot of that like volume knob cleanup stuff where the impedance really makes a huge difference. So I think it can work in a lot of different places. I don't know. Let's poll the room. Have you guys found any issues?
You can put it anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isaac says you can put it anywhere, so I'm gonna trust Isaac on that.
Yes.
I've never run into a problem. I like
Isaac says-
boosting it with other things, and I like boosting other things with it. So that's
Hey, question asker.
Stick it anywhere.
Yeah, Isaac says you can put it anywhere. You know what that means.
We
Get
also
out
have
of
a
this
question,
chat
what's happening in the dwellers? How does it compare?
what's happening in the dweller circuit and how does it compare to the visitor. So yeah, you'll notice that in terms of form factor, they seem similar, and we worked with the same artist and everything, but they are totally separate ideas. The dweller circuit is, we call it a phase repeater because it does something that we haven't really encountered in any other designs before, where essentially it is a phaser, so multiple all-pass filter stages, where you can stretch the delay of each of those filters. So if we plug in the dweller real quick. Always nice to hear things in addition to. Do it.
Oh, we should probably talk about stuff, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Questions, like coupon codes, like
Oh yeah.
all this stuff.
Okay,
The
we're gonna
reason you people are here.
put a pause. I am gonna tell you about the difference between the dweller and visitor. We're gonna do some housekeeping first. Let's talk about that discount code first. What is the discount code? Nobody told me.
Yeah.
Is it on this piece of paper?
The discount code. So, a lot of people during this thing are running some sales, and this format we're testing it. So, for all of you faithful watchers, viewers, lovers of Dan, worshipers of the Dan altar, EFFECTOPIA is the 15% off anything on our website coupon code. Good for today only. Today only. EFFECTOPIA. I know it's a weird word. 15% off anything on our website. You'll never get a good deal like this until November 27th. Which is Black Friday, which is a whole nother deal, so don't worry about it. Here, let me see if I can black out Dan's shirt.
Yeah. So you heard it here first and last. Use the code EFFECTOPIA. 15% off all day. Does that end at midnight Central Time? I'm very focused on time zones today.
Yeah.
Okay, midnight Central Time, so you've got until 1 a.m. tomorrow Eastern, and then all the other times too. So yeah, that discount code is running through today, so you can get things like the Dweller and the Procession and the Black Fountain V3 with that. And also, I should remind people that we're going to be asking a trivia question during this stream and our upcoming 2 blocks of streaming. And we're going to be giving away an expression slider to whoever can answer the question correctly first in the chat.
It's a custom color expression slider, too.
So it looks like a dark star, but it's an expression slider.
Yeah.
It's
Wait,
something
those are hard to
like
come by.
find
You
my
can't do those
camera.
in stock.
Okay.
Everybody keeps buying them. I'm gonna hate myself after this.
So that's what we're giving away. I'm going to talk about the difference between dweller and visitor, and then we're going to ask a question. So hang out for the trivia. Let's see. Oh, so yeah, dweller, basically, the idea of the circuit is if the stretch knob is all the way down, it acts like a phaser. And as you turn the stretch knob up, you're introducing an extra delay element to each of the all-pass filter stages that make up what a phaser is. So that's why we call it a phase repeater. It's it kind of feels like it occupies its own genre. You could, if you wanted to, you could also like look at it from a different perspective of it's almost like a reverb where the filter coefficients are modulating according to an LFO. So that probably makes a lot of sense to all of you. You can immediately envision the sound of that. But that's dweller. It's the idea of stretching out a phaser until it becomes something very different from a phaser. Turn it all the way down and you recognize that's a phaser sound. Turn stretch all the way up, suddenly you have these delays messing with the all-pass filters. Coefficients are moving around according to the LFO. You can add feedback with the regeneration knob. And it's sort of just a pedal having a memory of itself. Whereas the visitor is 2 different modulation lines. So you can also get a normal phaser sound out of it using the primary modulation. But you can do normal phaser, normal tremolo, or normal chorus. And there is a parallel modulation alongside that. So rather than sort of putting a delay inside of a phaser, you're putting an additional modulation alongside the primary one. So that can be either a tremolo or a chorus, and they are entirely controlled with one knob. So it's in the same location on the pedal as the stretch knob is. And it controls the rate and depth, and it also does a delay offset so that your secondary modulation can happen a little bit after your primary. And yeah, basically they're both digital designs. So in terms of the circuit, what you're really talking about is like the software of it. And so that's kind of the main setup for each of those. One is a series of all-pass filters that can be designed to use as a phaser or a weird multi-tap delay reverby thing. Visitor is a few different selectable modulations run in parallel with 2 more selectable modulations. And there's a bit of push-pull in the software where like the primary LFO kind of messes with the rate of the secondary LFO. But check out the Dan Explains It All for a more deep dive on the ins and outs of both dweller and visitor. So we've got a question, it sounds like. Any plans for a stereo pedal? Yeah.
Fall E3 coming up probably next month.
Just like saying stereo.
Stereo ABY.
Yeah, so it's like
Yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
We won't answer your question in any more detail than yes. But
And it's probably the one you want the most.
it's the one you didn't even know you wanted, but once we tell you about it, you'll hopefully want it. We really hope you want it.
What's our viewer count at right now? We've been losing them.
Okay. Let's do some trivia. Let's do a trivia. Okay, so this is for the custom color Dark Star color scheme expression slider. So the rules are I'm going to ask the question. You can type in your answer in the chat, whoever gets to the correct answer first, we will. I don't know if we'll announce you on air or not, but we'll get in touch and we'll send you this pedal. So, what was the original color scheme of the Haunt? The Old Blood Noise Endeavor's Haunt Fuzz, the thing that is still at the heart of this Alpha Haunt circuit. What was its original color scheme? And we'll make some more noises while you guys get your guesses in. Feel free to continue asking questions too. We hope somebody will have the answer, but the rest of you can have questions as well. Okay, so for the question about the Haunt, I think the answer we're looking for is a rough description of the powder coat color. You don't have to name the exact powder coat, but if you can find it on prismaticpowders.com, let us know. That would be impressive. And then the correct ink color, I would say we won't accept the one that we wrote on the paper. We should accept the actual correct one that we remembered was right. So high brightness, and get your answers in. Still nobody. Yeah.
I want that expression later.
Hearing word that the ink color is throwing people off, so keep at it, everybody. Yeah. Seth was just reminding us that the next stream is going to be with Andy Othling, so this is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to talk about the mood. We're going to talk about collaboration in general. And basically, we're just going to hang out with our buddy and talk about stuff with amongst ourselves and with you. So that'll be at... What time is that? Is that 5 o'clock that one starts? 5 o'clock Eastern? It's probably here. Okay, yeah, 5 o'clock Eastern. That'll be happening. If you're kind of popping around different streams, you may have noticed that Andy is just live streaming all day on behalf of Chase Bliss Audio. So that's why we're going to have him guest over here, so we can talk a little bit about the just the overall process of the Mood pedal that was a collaboration between Chase Bliss, us, and David Rollo, Drollo Effects. We'll pull it out and make some noise and have a kind of a collaborative performance between Brady and Andy. Should be a lot of fun. That'll be good. Yeah. I mean, maybe at some point we'll have to just give it to the first person who had the almost correct ink. You know? Don't be distracted by the knobs on the haunt. See that. Do we have a visitor around? If anybody asks me particulars about circuits or software, I just really want to serve that person consistently. So let's check out the sound of a visitor. So again, these
We got it.
somebody got it?
Winner.
All right, who's our winner?
Aliens and Bigfoot are real 420.
Nice.
What's
Aliens and Bigfoot are real 420. You're our winner with the answer of
R, like A-R-E or just R?
A-R-E.
I appreciate the full spelling all throughout.
I would have been okay with just R.
Did they spell 420? F-O-U-R?
No, just
Okay.
Ask
Well,
them for their
it's-
real name and address over the chat.
yeah, so someone has gotten the correct answer of troll blue powder, light blue, sky blue, and navy ink. Yeah, so aliens and Bigfoot are real 420. Isaac will give you instructions on getting in touch with us so we can get your address and send you this.
Thanks for watching. Who's that?
Nice. So you'll find that Visitor and Dweller are a lot of fun together too. What I've got going on in the Visitor is basically taking a phaser with no regeneration, pretty slow rate, medium-high depth, and then alongside that phaser I'm blending in a chorus. And by turning up this knob, the secondary knob, I'm increasing the rate and the depth and just everything about the chorus, including a delay offset so that you'll hear, when it's maxed out, an actual delayed effect of the chorus running alongside the phaser. And we'll run that into the Dweller, which is pretty spaced out, pretty deep, pretty slow. Make it an 8-stage phaser. In fact, we'll make it a randomly shaped 8-stage phaser. And we'll just give you a bunch of ghost notes that will kind of skip around as that random wave skips to different filter frequencies for those all-pass filters. Max out the depth so it has the full range to work with. the strange things about the Dweller is that phaser LFO is kind of determining how much stuff gets filtered in or out. So when you have a long echo with some regeneration to it, you might have moments where it takes in barely any information because it's filtering so much out, and then other moments where suddenly your sound just like balloons back in because that LFO moves to a more open filter. And so when you're set to the random wave shape, it happens fully randomly where you'll hear it skip to either a much more closed or much more open filter as it moves around. It's definitely full of surprises. But if we set it to a triangle waveform, you'll get a little more consistent activity out of it, and it sounds. You start to get almost that tremolo effect based on that idea of what's being let in and what's being filtered out. You can turn the visitor into a full-on clean vibrato just to give it a little bit of vibe as it moves into the Dweller. Fully max out the alpha haunt. Full on gated fuzz moving into everything. So that's just some of what's new at Old Blood. So remember that code EFFECTOPIA for 15% off today. Aliens and Bigfoot are real 420. We should have an expression slider heading your way. You should be chatting with Isaac or sending us an email soon. And yeah, we're going to be back with Andy Offling at 5 o'clock Eastern. So thanks again for coming to hang out with us. We wish we could be with you all in person, but we're glad that you don't have to be at any particular location for this event. You can just come join us from the comfort of your own home with us in the comfort of our own shop. We're back. We're all here.
I'm on my stream now.
Nice.
We're on our stream.
Okay.
We all stream for iStream. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, welcome back.
I know. Can you old blood guys turn up over there for
Turn
the
up?
stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. I'll try to lean into the mic too.
Audio from this boys over there.
You should be a little louder.
All right.
How's that? Okay. Do we have our special guest? Well, we've got one special guest, and then we've got another special guest too, somewhere in there, right? Is that how this technology works? Yeah, great. Okay,
I don't know.
Joel is here. Jolio! There you are.
Woke up from a nap.
Man,
Yeah, the kids were watching a movie and I freaked out.
I woke up and I was like, "What time is it?" And it was now. So
It was good timing though.
yeah, it was
Just in time.
It was worrisome.
what movie
Yeah.
is it?
Oh, somewhat.
We watched Peanuts. It's like the 2015 one.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
nice.
good.
My 5-year-old son likes movies where there's not really any conflict in the plot,
Yeah.
or at least like nothing that's like real scary. So it's a good one for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like stuff to just kind of be fine all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'd really like it if my kids would embrace movies where there's not fighting or like punching
Yeah.
or ninjas or something that makes me feel like
Don't
they're taking
don't
that
watch
in.
Three Ninjas. Don't watch Three Ninjas with them.
Haven't done that. We've done Ninjago a lot.
And then-
Ninjago is good.
After you watch Three Ninjas, don't watch Three Ninjas. Kick back, and then after you watch Three Ninjas Kick Back, don't watch Three Ninjas Knuckle Up with
Yeah.
them.
Three of my
Moon Unit in my
favorites
chat
there.
says you will pray for death.
Yeah.
Three of my favorites. Yeah, so I think the format of this is we talk, we have questions, and that's it. This is like a podcast again, guys. Isn't that fun?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we know what that's all about.
So fun. Yeah.
Not our first rodeo.
Not at
Not
all.
our
We're
first
pros.
rodeo. Yeah, so let's go to the question boards. Isaac, Tricky Ike, what do you got over there?
People are still clamoring for more volume from the old Blood Boys. Just
More volume
I am
from
too,
the
if I'm honest.
I just need to get out of here.
I guess we'll.
Is
keep
that
pushing.
honestly is that better?
yeah, that is a lot
Okay,
better.
so it's
just a
really it's
proximity
me.
thing,
Yeah, it's a proxy. I just
a-
haven't wanted to get too close on Dan.
Don't be
and
afraid of that mic, Brady. Get up on that thing.
It's right by Dan.
Yeah.
You don't like being by Dan. You don't like Dan very much.
We got
It's your
space
least favorite
bubbles.
employee? Brady's always been the troublemaker, says someone in my chat.
Seth just
Chat's
sprayed
kind of
it.
lit right now.
Chat is pretty lit. I did tell them we were giving away a mood now, and they have to be in chat to win it, which is the
Oh,
truth,
okay.
so.
We are also
So we're
giving
bribing
away
them.
an expression slider, and they have to be in our chat to win that. So I guess.
Okay.
Oh, which
Pick
one are you
your-
gonna be?
pick your
Yeah.
Open up. You can open up 2 tabs there, I suppose. Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you won't.
But yeah, I guess we're gonna talk about mood and collaboration, and mainly just Three Ninjas, the
We're ju-
trilogy, Surf Ninjas.
Mainly Three
We're gonna
Ninjas, yeah.
sit here
all
and
classics.
smile at each other. That's all I
I
wanna
could talk about Three Ninjas a lot.
do.
And yeah, if
yeah.
anybody has questions, feel free to throw them out. We've
We got questions
Isaac
for the
on
mood
his
boys?
side and Isaac on our side. So
Favorite Three Ninjas movie? Probably Three Ninjas Knuckle Up, but it's PG-13, and we didn't get all the
Whoa.
way through it.
Is there like
Jeez.
a sex scene in it? Like
No, it's just a
raunchy,
little.
like a-
I think there's some swear words
Mm.
but the plot I mean, it's horrible. It's a horrible film, but it's great.
They're all growing
tri-
up, so you know.
Here's a kind of question from my chat. Tricky Yoho says, recently got a blooper and I'm thinking about adding a mood. Thoughts on mood before or after blooper? So using those together.
Kind of an Andy question.
Well, is it?
Yeah.
Well, but you want to know my answer to that question? Is because of this matrix mixer I have, I can put it either. Does that blow everybody's mind?
Either is the right
What a
choice.
cop out.
That's not a cop out. That's freaking genius. I can
Why not
route
both?
my pedals either way, into each other. But I would say, I don't know, what would I do if I had them in a series? I would probably do.
Would you guys put Surf Ninjas in the Three Ninjas canon? I was too eager to put that.
Surf Ninjas?
Sorry.
Is that in the canon?
No, but it's whatever from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Another
Might have
classic
to-
of early
what's it
90s
rated?
movies.
It's got to be PG.
Let's see. It's 11% fresh on
It's got Rob Schneider
Rotten
in there.
Tomatoes. It's pretty good. Oh, Rob Schneider's in it, so
Just remember, there's
Okay.
a kid that like plays a Game Gear that affects real life.
Ooh.
That's his power,
whoa.
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
Janet
canonically-
Maslin of
canonically
the New
used it, I'm not sure.
The New York Times called most of Surf Ninjas quote only mindlessly watchable end quote.
Mark Lacasse says Leslie Nielsen is also in it.
Oh, is he
Oh,
the
yeah.
bad guy?
I don't know.
Tell me.
I think he is.
Okay. Kylan watched it last week, is what he said.
All right.
Uh,
Seems reasonable.
Seth Mendelssohn says, love some mood tips for the dip switches. So maybe eventually we can talk dip switches here.
Okay.
I feel like tips it feels
Rocky
wide open with
loves
the sheer amount of options on
Emily.
there.
Rocky loves Emily.
yeah,
Rocky loves Emily.
And
Rock.
Grandpa?
Good.
Wasn't
Yeah.
Grandpa in Three Ninjas?
Yeah, his Victor Wong.
Yeah.
It's great. He's
Well,
the
we gotta-
only actor that's in all three Ninja movies and stays the same actor in all the rest of them, in all of them. Because it's
impressive
jarring.
get for the
Because
third one.
in Three Ninjas Kick Back, Rocky isn't Rocky, and it doesn't look anything like Rocky. It's frustrating.
Hey, Ian, here's a question. Ian Calder says, how do the collaborations come about?
Mostly conversations like this.
Yeah, it looks largely like this, I think.
Yeah. When we were at NAM, and I had, I wanted to do a digital collaboration that was more weird, and the top two companies I wanted to work with was Old Blood Noise and Drolo. So then I just asked them, and everyone right at the NAM show, and David wasn't there, but we Zoomed him. I don't even know if we Zoomed him. I think that was like before Zoom was ubiquitous. But we communicated with him in some way. Oh, there's Tim. Tim might have been there when we were talking to David.
Tim. Yeah, Joel also has some great tips on tone at NAM.
I do. I have a lot of tone tips.
Isaac, what was that question? What was the? Oh, here we go. I was wondering what that noise is. Here you go.
All right. got it.
Breaking news across the wire.
The man with killer fingers is an interesting
Are
question.
some OBNE
Chase
and chase pedals that are good for bass.
Yeah, like a
Ooh.
bass functional.
I got
pedals.
really confused by that, where I was like, well, there's only one Old Blood and Chase Bliss pedal, and it's mood, so you can use bass on that. But I guess there
Gotta
has to
make
be more
mood for
pedals.
bass.
Bass mood.
Low mood.
I mean, we always talk about the haunt and alpha haunt fuzz being fun on bass because you have like clean blends, things like that.
Mm.
I don't know. I mean,
Reflector is excellent.
oh,
Yeah, it's a
reflector
fun one.
suggestion from Seth. Yeah.
Does
Well,
the,
Yeah, the
does the normal
modulation
haunt
stuff is
do a
fun.
clean blend, or is it just the alpha haunt that does that?
So the haunt has a mix control, and then the alpha haunt has like the enhanced section, which is a volume knob for a kind of a boost. So rather than
Ah.
super clean, it's like a boosty kind of thing. So they do it a little
Okay.
bit differently, but yeah.
Cool. What's a good bass pedal, Chase Bliss pedal, Joel?
I think the best bass pedal for Chase Bliss stuff is maybe Brothers. I think it maybe should have been marketed as a bass pedal. But we're actually going to be discontinuing that one pretty soon. So if you're a bass player and you want a good Chase Bliss bass pedal, you should maybe buy one. Anyway,
Yeah. So there you go. Was there another question you saw, Joel?
there was one that was interesting. Let me
How
scroll
did
up.
everyone
Okay,
come up with what
Yeah.
their contribution to mood would be?
that was kind of a. Can you guys still hear me? Something weird happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So another collaborator with Mood was our friend Knobs, and I kind of told him the framework of what kind of a pedal I wanted to do, and then he kind of had like the main concept that originally was proposed to everybody, and everybody, it's like any kind of collaboration, whether it's like a song or any piece of art where someone has a concept and then you kind of it evolves from there. But Knobs had an idea, or I had the framework, I had the foundation. Knobs built the house, and then Old Blood and David Rollo bought all the furniture, and they decorated everything.
Whose idea was the whole clock thing to connect
That
the two sides?
wasn't mine because I was mad about it because it was gonna be.
Wow,
Well, no, I was.
that's funny. Though.
I didn't like that it was gonna cause me to do work
Ah,
because that fell into my expertise.
right.
So then but then once they explained it to me, I was like, oh, that's gonna be awesome. We have to do that.
Yeah. What was it? What were you hoping it would be before that? Because that seems so integral to what it is now, the clock knob.
Yeah.
Wait, did you know I asked you a question?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I feel like my headphones cutting in and out. I might
No,
have
you're
to.
fine. So what was your vision for it before there was a clock knob? Like what was it? Gonna be?
It was just going to be like another input to, the DSP processors we have going on. So the clock is actually what's, how would you describe the clock, Dan?
Dan, would you explain it all real quick?
Yeah, so I feel like the clock is basically setting the sample frequency for like the entire DSP system, and so it's kind of informing the fidelity and the ability for it to respond to controlled movements, and as you shift it around, it creates those pitch differences, because that, I think, one of the big fun parts of the clock knob is that you quantized it so that it always do the fifth or octave things, so that with information in the delay and reverb buffers, or like the loop on the Drolo side, would always kind of pitch shift in a controlled way, and just basically inform the entire way that the do it at.
And one thing that's so cool about the FE1, which is the DSP chips that we used in Mood, is that you're able to manipulate that clock, and it doesn't mess with the buffer at all. So
Yeah.
you can, it's, if you have audio in there and you change the clock, it's going to change the pitch, which is great.
Yeah, it's
There
one of
are
those
two
fun
FE1s in
exploits
there,
for
right?
it.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Will CB and Old Blood Noise ever create software plugins? Ooh.
It's not a priority, but you never know.
Yeah, I would say never say never, but sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Good answer though. Not a priority.
Imagine how many materials you wouldn't need to buy if you were just creating plugins,
Yeah.
and shelf space you wouldn't need to store them. You know?
I have no idea what that industry is like,
Yeah.
but it seems like there's a lot of creative people doing awesome stuff. So
Yeah, imagine
Like the
how much
Valhalla. You guys
more
could be like the
knowledge you
Valhalla
need.
guys.
Yeah.
Just put out some $50 plugs and call it good.
like you guys could be like the that one guy that's at the total top of his game that's been doing this for decades.
I mean, that's kind of you in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, but that's like, you know what I mean. Yeah, we could be him.
We got a question of everyone's general favorite mood settings.
Oh, I can tell you that right now.
All right.
I'm moving my lights around. Here, I'll give you the full rundown. Here, I'll put the good cam up
Yeah.
and whatever.
So Andy actually did the suggested settings from the mood manual, so you
Oh,
can
yeah,
find
I
a lot of
did.
his favorite stuff right in there.
And what did we name those? Those are all from Tim and Eric episodes, right?
Yeah.
The titles? Yeah. So yeah, so you can see I don't know how well you can see this, but I love staying in tape mode on the Drolo side and then slip mode on the Old Blood side. And the slip mode, I always have it down an octave down reverse, which is this very specific spot on the knob here because it's chromatic, right? Isn't that how you'd say it, Dan? The slip knob?
Yeah, it's in semitones, except once you
Right.
go below an octave down, it gets just really garbled and weird. So you have to carefully find octave down.
Yeah, I have to, whenever I move away from this, I have to find it again. It takes me a minute because it's just like the tiniest little movements. But, so I don't know if you can hear that, but there's that low kind of, it's basically like an octave down reverse delay like this. So it just does that kind of funky lo-fi stuff underneath it. And that's always listening and doing that. But what's cool is you can use both sides basically as two separate pedals at the same time to like record something. Like I'm now looping that tape sound, I think. Huh. It's doing very small. There we go. So what's cool about this is that I can have this loop going, but I have this switch set so the Old Blood side is only listening to my guitar input and not the loop. So I can play and it'll respond to my playing, but not the loop. So that's my favorite thing on mood. That's mine. So, Joel just gave me $5 on YouTube and said nude tane. So thank you, Joel.
It wouldn't let me spell nude like the way that you're supposed to. It blocked it. So I had to write it like that.
Thank you, Joel, for the $5. But that's my favorite mood setting there. And I like to have a low clock speed to give me the longest possible loop, and also to give it that like lo-fi, almost bit crushy sound, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's one of those settings where the like slip mode is a place for the clock changes to kind of shine, because you'll notice that it changes both the length of the the buffer, the kind of the slip stuff, as well as the frequencies that it can capture. So it's like shaving off more and more high end as the clock gets slower and slower, but that's also giving you longer loop times. So yeah, having it kind of at noon is nice.
Ken just gave me $5 and 1 cent. to beat Joel in my
It's
chat.
kind of an inside joke because
Yeah.
me and Ken used to money fight on
but
Andy streams.
The joke is that I get money at the
I
end of
know,
it, so
that's
like
what it works
it's
out.
fine with me.
But then
Um,
the last time, I think the only time I ever won is I just gave $50 and then Ken just said, "You win."
Yeah. Computer, can you render a dancing Joel? Says DS. All right, someone else. Hey, someone else talk about their favorite mood setting.
I'll show how you can make a chorus out of the delay side, just because that was one of my favorite
maybe a
surprises.
flange, too?
Or flange, yeah. Just that came out of that collaboration. Like one of the things that I was focused on while working on that delay algorithm was I wanted like when you move the time knob for it to have kind of a smooth, slightly chorusy thing instead of like full of artifacts. And then messing around with those dip switches that we were talking about. Okay, let's get the pedal somewhat in frame. You guys want to hear us or see the pedal? You have one option. Okay.
Pick one.
So messing around with the dip switches, basically you can affect the time knob by, let's see if I can do this right. You flip the time dip switch over here, set it to bounce.
So you're ramping the time knob
So
and you're
yeah,
bouncing it so it'll continue to ramp
Exactly, yeah.
instead of just doing it once.
And so if
Ooh,
you
yeah.
set time to 0, it won't have anywhere to ramp, but if you set time up a little bit, you'll hear a modulation created just by the nature of it going between no time and some time. And you can change modify to actually make it more of like a resonant flangery kind of thing. And so now your ramp rate is setting to the speed of that.
What does it sound like? Are you doing triangle wave modulation? What does it sound like if you go square wave?
Oh yeah, so let's see.
It just goes like a harder chorus kind of.
Yeah, you just hear the
More
changes
seasick.
hitting more faster. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good.
Yeah, there you go.
Really fun.
That's just one of my favorite. Stretch it out. And process it with that. I'll switch back to triangle and get kind of just a soft warble on the loop. So now I've got only the Drolo side processing through the Old Blood side.
Jake in the chat just says he's drunk, so shouts out to Jake.
What up, Jake? What up, drunk Jake?
Oh, and then he says, off these sounds, yo. So maybe he's just enjoying your sound so much, Brady, that he's having a good time.
That was a good, like, fallback, you know?
Yeah. Totally.
Do we have any other questions coming in? Like, we can talk amongst ourselves, but we
We
can.
could talk amongst ourselves. Anyone got some questions? What about for just Joel? Joel, or whatever. Questions. You got a question for the bison on the wall?
I saw a couple. Somebody was asking me if I had plans to work with other pedal builders, like specific ones, and yeah, like I'm into collaborating, so I'm sure I'll do it more in the future. But I don't really know right now. I have like a few ideas, but even if I knew for sure, I'd probably want to keep it a secret. And then
Yeah.
Ken asked about ZVEX plus the Chase Bliss collab, which is kind of one that was leaked. And that is going to be announced in the next few weeks. So not
Leaked
much
guess-
longer.
Who leaked
Wow,
it?
so we got it from the horse's mouth here. That
Yep.
kind of cool.
I guess
Cool.
Hey, who
Not
leaked
Tyler
that?
says- Yeah, who did
ZVEX.
Okay, that's just what I wanted to know. I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, Ken says it was leaked by ZVEX on Twitter. That's very funny.
making
Squirrel
sure it wasn't
719
me.
says, "Please bring back Spectre." Joel,
I don't think so.
why not?
Well, so it turns out if you make a $349 flanger and in the majority of settings it doesn't sound like flange, that might turn some people off. Also, and this is important, you need to sell pedals for more than what it costs to build them.
Oh,
Otherwise, it's not really
yeah,
worth
not a good business move.
Yeah, so we'd have to figure out how to make that work, and I don't know. Flangers are weird. I do
They are
love the
weird.
Spectre though. If you have one, and you like it, I'm really.
But I do
It's a
have
good
this
one.
old blood noise flanger on my board too. that I really
Yeah.
like.
It's way
Actually,
better.
the Spectre I took that home one day and suddenly just fell like head over heels with flanger in general, and that led to the
Nice.
flat light. That was like
Oh.
what kind of put me on that path. And so they don't sound similar, but it's what put me on a flanger kick. So bit of an indirect
Flatline's
collaboration.
really good. Good job,
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah, great job, Dan.
Thanks.
And everybody
Back
at Old
at ya
Blood.
on Spectre. That actually, I guess Isaac was saying we got a question in the chat where somebody was wondering sort of where modulation ideas come from. Is that what you were saying?
Mm.
Or
Really kind of like, do you start out with just messing with software, or do you come at it from an analog perspective first?
okay, I guess just generally like our approach to effects, like if we're starting with software or the analog side of things, or so I feel like with us, a lot of our stuff is definitely diving in on software and often picking a genre or something. So like flanger, and then saying, but what else can we do with it? And
Right.
just digging in there without much of a plan, sort of allowing yourself to be directionless until eventually you find the direction of that genre. Of
That was
effect.
kind of the same approach with Phaser as well, right? It was like
yeah.
The Dweller.
Yeah, with Dweller.
Yeah, where it was like, we'll make a phaser pedal, and then I was just still learning a lot of stuff and messing with the available memory, and when I cranked it, it like created this effect that I hadn't heard before, and then immediately sent a clip around to these guys who was like, okay, this is going to be Dweller. We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure out how to control this thing.
Nice. Nice. Here's a good question. I'm curious to find out what it's like for pedal companies to incorporate their electronics into another company's pedals, i.e., Old Blood fitting their electronics into one side of a CBA pedal. Just the logistics of it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I made our platform, I was really cognizant of wanting to be able to interface lots of different circuits with our, kind of standard platform. So sometimes, in the case of Mood, there's a lot of parts in there and it's all filled up, but you just make it work.
Having one FV1 for each side helps. Does that help make it slightly easier to work?
Well, we wouldn't be able to make this pedal with just one
Right.
FE1, so it's kind of like trying to think of an analogy. It would just be impossible with one FE1. So,
But is it dumb to say like, okay, Old Blood gets one FV1 and Drolo gets the other, or is that not
yeah,
how
that's
it works?
no,
Oh,
that's
it is?
exactly how it worked. Yeah,
Oh,
and it
okay.
made it really, that was the way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joel, you were able
That's
to
the
kind
way
of
to do it.
create and carve out the hardware space for us and David to create the software that could be put into the platform. So yeah, it was a very well-defined way of being able to get our individual
But-
sounds into it.
I do remember there was a period where, Joel, you were just like shipping out little chips and stuff to me and like little firmware updaters. So like there's a bunch of hardware that's just being shipped across the country at some point.
Yeah, I mean, for you it was a little different situation, but for the developers, we all had the tools to update everyone's firmware without shipping anything.
Yeah.
So, if someone made a change, it would be like, hey guys, we had a Slack workspace, and then
Yeah.
people would just upload the files up there, and then we would download them and put them on the pedal.
Ooh, so 2 questions here. So Ken says, well, that's how Ryan originally hacked the gen loss into the dark world, right? Just took over one of the FE1s, or did he do something sneakier?
What is that question? Where is that?
About that original gen loss that someone made, like
Oh, yeah.
shoved it.
That
into
guy
it.
works for me now. He's awesome.
Oh, hey.
But yeah, what did he do? He took the original Gin Loss, and that kind of spearheaded the whole thing. He put
Is
it in a dark world, which
Right.
Is a little problematic actually. So it didn't work out perfectly, but it worked out really well. And then it got Tom and I talking, and I was like, "Man, that's cool." And he's like, "Yeah, that's cool." And then we're just like,
And then you're both staring at each other awkwardly, like, well,
so
should we
yeah. But I was very excited that he was as into it as I was, and
Yeah.
yeah.
This is another good question that, well, I'll just read it. It says, I don't know if this is insider information, but how does revenue get split for collab pedal purchases? Does CBA and Old Blood get half the purchase, or is it more like a royalty setup?
Ask
It's
that
a total
person how much
royalty
they get
setup.
paid for their job. Hey, who asked that?
That's Matt Trevor.
Hey, Matt
Say-
Trevor,
say-
where do you work? I'm gonna call your boss.
No, I mean, we don't have to tell him the exact amounts, but I
Matt,
mean, it's
what's your
just like,
salary? Tell us
That's
your
a good
salary.
point. You're right. Sorry. Is that a good dodge
Yeah, so
or
that's
what?
What did you say?
so
Is
I
that a
send
good
Old Blood a
dodge
check.
or what?
I send Old Blood a check and David Rollo a check once a month after we tally up how many pedals were sold.
It's true.
Get the monthly check from Joel. I
Thanks,
love it.
Joel.
This guy says, have you made custom FV1 development boards?
The Dan question.
No. I wasn't sure who that was for, but yeah.
I mean, I would say per project. Like sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes there's sort of a prototype phase that feels in between a development board and a fully fledged project. So like you might have an early build of, like a dweller or something where like we need to add controls to our standard FV1 platform. So yeah, I don't know. You hacked a couple extra jacks onto our actual FV1 development board just to put it in an enclosure, so it was much easier to develop with.
Mm.
So.
Yeah.
Yes and no, I guess.
Nice.
I got a question. If you guys were a character on West Wing, which character would you be? I think about this a lot.
Gosh, I never got into that show.
I haven't either. I just know it's Aaron Sorkin, right? So there's probably a bunch of scenes where people are talking while walking through hallways and stuff.
Yeah, but it kind of feels like you guys would be. No, never mind.
I thought you were going to say
in this
Westworld.
scenario, having not
I did too.
taken any interest in the show, you would probably be on the conservative side of the cast and characters, which are not always favorably. Toby.
Ken says this crowd's too young for that question. Yeah, Jake says, what's West Wing? So,
Yeah, I guess
that's the guy who made you mad earlier. Or no, it's not. That's a different Jake. No, it is the same Jake. We're mad at Jake, right? In the chat?
Is he still drunk?
Oh, Jake, drunk Jake,
Yeah.
lush Jake. I don't care.
So, Tyler's asking for info on the leaked pedal and how to find information on it.
Oh, I guess we've got a
well,
question on our side.
Historically, Zach Fex's Facebook account has been a good source of the only information on it. So, but I think if you just wait a couple weeks, it'll be fine.
We got one over here.
People were asking about expression on the mood, how that works. So I will bounce that to Andy or Joel.
We got one over here.
If the moon was made of cheese, would you eat it?
What did he say?
Wash it down with the tall, cool Budweiser. Hell, I would. Anyway, sorry.
But yeah, it interacts with the dip switches. You can use those to set the different expression functionality. But I can't recall the details off the top of my head.
Well, what happens is if you plug in the expression knob, the expression cable or whatever, you can no longer ramp. Is that true, Joel?
Boo, boo.
That's true, though, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. Yeah. So the dip switches turn into you're telling the pedal what the expression thing is controlling on mood rather than what it's ramping, right? Is that true?
Yeah, so you're telling it
Yep.
sweep and which controls and just kind of deciding directions and tops and bottoms and whatnot.
And can you choose the expression slider or whatever to affect multiple parameters, multiple knobs if you flip multiple switches? Right? Will it do that?
Of course.
Okay. Of course. Duh.
Of course.
Great.
Of course. Great. Good.
Oh, here's Joel. What order do you prefer the mood with the blooper?
I like mood after blooper, but I also like it before. But if you were threatening me in some way and I had to answer that question, I would say after blooper, mood after blooper. Joel was in a great mood during his RV vacation. My 3-year-old broke his leg yesterday.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That's like his shin. That's gnarly, dude.
Yeah.
That's gnarly.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. Brady, were you going to say something?
No, that just bums me out about Griff.
Yeah.
That is a bummer, man.
He'll be all right. He's a good moose.
Oh, there's a good question from Ken. What's Joel's favorite non-collab Old Blood pedal? And then same question for Brady and Dan, favorite non-collab Chase Bliss pedal. Great question.
Probably the Dark Star.
It's a good
I
one.
would say, yeah, that's probably my favorite. But I don't know. It changes.
Yeah.
It evolves. But again, if you were threatening me with physical violence and you said that I had to choose one.
There's been a lot of theoretical violence against Joel so far.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I that's kind of a weird thing to say, but I mean, I like the Maw a lot too. And I think that I would like there's a few that I haven't really tried much that I think I would like a lot, like XS and Minim looks like it'd be. Am I saying that right? Minim?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that would be one of my favorites too. But I got the I got the Haunt way back before it was called the Haunt, when it was the
Gatekeeper.
When it was the Gatekeeper. I got one of those early ones.
Nice.
And so I've always liked the Haunt, and I also have an Alpha Haunt. So yeah.
We're just gonna we'll send you a package.
No, don't worry about it.
No,
I probably
no.
won't play them. I'm just kidding.
That's okay, but you'll.
I just don't make it a priority, is what I'm saying, because I know how it goes. We're so behind right now.
The last
What's,
State of the Bliss was really good. I know it's tangent, but it's so fun watching and seeing what's going on with you and your guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I really like how they've turned out as well. We were only going to do 3 episodes, but now I just want to keep it up until we think like, okay, this isn't worth it anymore, or not interesting. But there's just so many changes right now that it feels worth it.
It's a good story to tell. So.
Right.
Therme. I like Therme.
Yeah.
If we're saying like all collab pedals are out, so because otherwise I think it'd be the Mark II
preamp for both of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we're saying not that, then Therme is really cool and weird and hits some good spots for me. So yeah.
I'm just gonna say R.I.P. Spectre, because that really might be, that's one of my favorites for sure. That and the tonal recall. It's just such a well-voiced delay.
Wow, there it is. Therme.
Look how pretty it is
It's
when
so
I'm
good
holding
looking.
it out of focus.
I love watching Seth just try to find it on the camera. Let's see, any other questions? People talking about the intern getting hired really messed them up emotionally. You know, state of bliss.
Who said that?
Who said that? That was Aaron.
Well, he
In a
was
good
never
way.
an intern though. Like he commented that on the video. He's like, "Is there internships available at Chase Bliss?" And I just asked, like, "Well, we need help, but is there specific, like, why are you?" And then like he had graduated college stuff, so I was like, "Why are you?" I think he just wanted to like be non-threatening, you know, be like, I just want to work there, and I don't want to, you know, I'm not expecting anything, you know. I was like, you don't have to be an intern. You can just work here.
You can just work here and shoot a little higher than that, maybe.
I think that sometimes guys like that and myself and other people go into it thinking that you need more experience than you have.
Yeah.
And so it takes the internship.
Sometimes it's nice when people don't have experience.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because if they have a lot of experience but they don't do it the way that you kind of hope that they do it, then it's, you know.
I've done this to you before, Joel, but I worry that what you're saying to a bunch of people on the stream is,
oh no,
come ask me for a job when you don't have any experience, and you'll probably get one.
Well, I mean, I think the problem is, okay, like even see like one of these comments, it says like, can I, can I move to Minneapolis and work for you? And it's like, well, sure. But, you know, then they send me their resume and they make like $85,000 a year and they're like a manager. And it's like, I'm not gonna, that's just, there's no positions like that at Chase Bliss right now. You know, it's like, the people that work their way up to manager spots have been working at Chase Bliss for years, you know, and then we hire entry-level people. Or at least that's how it's worked for us, you know. So yeah, I get a lot of emails from people that are like, you know, there's just I don't know what to say, you know.
Yeah.
So I hate to interject, but I just remembered that we're supposed to ask a trivia question and give away one of these expression sliders.
Oh, should
So
we
we're
give
gonna
away
do
our
that
mood?
real
Away the
quick.
mood?
Okay, so
The mood.
on the Old Blood chat, question you have to answer to win this Dark Star themed expression slider is on this piece of paper, and it says, okay, the CBA crew has been to some interesting places. For instance, they found themselves in Bath, England, while they were creating the Therme. What 3 locations did Chase Bliss visit to make Mood a reality?
Oh.
And we'll have a hint if you guys are struggling with it, but Isaac will
This is a
be
good
monitoring the
question.
chat, and
So
whoever
how
gets
do-
there
how-
first will get this
Whoever
expression
gets there
slider.
first. Wow. So this is just like, this is really intense right now.
Yeah, it's just a one and done, first come, first serve.
Oh, wow.
Better have been paying attention for 45 minutes to
So
then
3
remember
locations. I'm
something
trying to
from-
think if I even know. I do know. I do know. Nobody knows. Nope, not yet. Not
I don't
even
even
close.
think I know. I know one or two.
It's not that hard when you just think about it.
And we're looking for
oh.
2 states
There
in the
was a
US
close guess.
and
There was a
one
close guess, but it's
country.
not correct. There's still not a correct guess.
Wait, and you can't do it in my chat.
Oh,
It's
there's
gotta be
still.
in the Old Blood chat.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is
you
the old
gotta get
blood
over our
chat.
channel.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
gotta be on Old Blood.
Wait, I thought this was for the mood.
this
No,
is
this
for
is
their
for the slider.
expression slider.
Oh, okay, got it.
If you
Okay,
guys
so
have
all
some
of
movies,
the
you know.
all
What
of the
how are you
guesses
guys
on
giving
Chase
away the
Bliss
mood?
chat
Should
are
we
not valid.
Tease that now.
Correct.
Okay.
I do think I see a correct answer in my chat though, but it is not being put in the right place.
I haven't seen a correct answer in
Oh.
the Chase Bliss chat.
We may have one here. What do we have?
The street circuitry. So AKC, Belgium, and New Mexico.
That'll do. Yeah. They only needed 2 states and a city, but they went a city, a state, and a country. Or sorry.
What's the answer?
Don't worry. So, you said discrete circuitry, Isaac? All right,
Yeah,
discrete circuitry. You are the
Aaron.
winner. Yeah.
Aaron won.
With the correct answer was New Mexico, where they visited Andy,
yes. That was me.
Oklahoma, where they visited us, and Belgium, where they visited David Rollo. So
That
nice
actually
job,
is really
Aaron.
easy.
And
That was super easy.
get in touch with
If you'd have just
Isaac on
thought
the chat.
about it, you could have gotten
to-
it very easy.
Get your address to us.
Well, I think Andy, yours was the kind of the tough one, you know, because like, why would we visit you? You know, why are you important?
I know. I mean, they said at NAM, I'm talented but unknown, and there's a reason he said that. So yeah. So Joel, if we're
Yep.
gonna give away our mood, so the way I can do it is that we can make everyone in the chat say a certain keyword, and if they type that keyword into the chat, they will be entered. Should we do that?
Oh, I really like that trivia thing, but this
Listen, I'm not prepared for trivia. I got a technological solution here using a Nightbot, a chat bot. that
okay.
will- So I want a keyword from you, Joel. I'm going to enter this keyword, and then people have to type this keyword into the chat to enter.
It can be any word.
Any word.
Let's get on.
Banana.
Banana.
Hold on, we're
Right,
gonna get
roll.
on there. Now.
David Rollins said you have to know the actual town name in Belgium.
Ooh.
I couldn't find it. Just sort of emailing David.
Apparently, David Rollo says you have to know the actual town name. So now we're curious what the actual town name
Okay,
is.
so if you got to
'cause we
type
don't actually
banana
know.
in my chat, I'm seeing a lot
Gosh,
of
I don't
bananas.
even remember the town name.
Type banana if you want to win a mood. Oh my God. There's so many bananas in the chat.
A lot of bananas.
A lot of bananas. How long should we? Okay, Joel, people are typing. We got 55 eligible users, 57.
I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
And sorry, for those of you on Effectopia, you've got to. I see you typing into the Effectopia thing, Don and David S. McShane. You've got to go into my YouTube chat, unfortunately. I am sorry. You'll have to click through to my YouTube chat and type the word banana for some reason. So how many people are entered right now? There are 61 people entered.
That the traveling that we did for Mood was really fun. I
Yeah, it
can't
was.
wait until that's a possibility again
Yes.
to do things like that.
Yes.
One of the most
All right,
fun parts of
64.
collaborating is getting
Yeah.
to join others where they live and work and have some fun working on stuff there.
Speaking of living and working, I see Brady living and working over there.
He's living.
He's entering your content.
Okay, so we got 65 eligible users. Type banana in the chat. You only need to do it once, I think.
Oh yeah, if you
What
type
happens
it more
if
than
they
once,
type
you
it
get more.
twice? Is that going to be a problem?
No.
Okay.
It pulls them in. I got a list of all the users here.
Okay.
So Joel, you tell me when we like go.
Let's give it one more minute.
All right, you got 1 more minute to type the word banana in my YouTube chat. Not
Brady's-
on Effectopia.
Maybe if I win, then I won't have to do a giveaway. Brady also entered.
Yeah, I see Brady entered. Yeah.
That'd be so awesome if we win, because then we'll just have to do this again and pick another keyword. It'd be so
I'll
fun.
enter again.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom into the screen. Oh, my camera died. Okay. I'm gonna zoom into my laptop screen so we can see the winner real time.
Gosh, this is just
This is
honestly,
amazing
this is
time.
next level. This is really impressive.
I gotta turn my ISO down if I'm gonna look at that screen.
Oh, I saw that our friend Doug, hey Doug, asked how Griffin broke his leg and he was jumping on a trampoline.
Classic.
Whoops.
Classic.
Yep.
Okay. I am prepared to do this whenever you are, Joel.
I'm ready. I think that's about a minute.
Okay. So you see this screen? What is my stream seeing? Oh, they're not seeing that. Here. Whoops.
Tony Brooks remembers sad dads.
Hey, RIP, never forget.
Right after this is over, Doug, I'm gonna give him a hug and say this is from Doug.
Okay, so we're looking, my stream is seeing the giveaway. We got 79 eligible users. We ready? I'm gonna click this roll it button and we're gonna see the winner. Okay, here we go. Roll it. Andrew Erickson
Woo!
is the winner.
It's my alias.
Good job, buddy.
Andrew. Great name. Andrew Erickson. There you go. Where are you? People are still typing banana in the chat. The giveaway is over. Typing banana now will not do anything for you.
It's a lot of. Look at
Andrew
Still
Erickson
feel
has
good
won.
to type banana.
There he is, Andrew. What do you want him to? Do you want him to email you, Joel,
Yeah.
or do you want me to do something?
Email joel@chaseblissaudio.com.
Only Andrew.
Yeah.
And then
nobody else, please.
Andrew, tell Joel that you have no work experience and you might get a job at his company. I think.
The other thing I'm really worrisome because, if it didn't work out, luckily it worked out, but I don't want people to move across the country to work because it's too scary.
Oh, you lost Zoom chat audio for a second. Yeah, sorry, I was on the wrong scene. But you should be good now. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Are we jamming, Brady?
I don't know.
Or-
Man. It's kind of fun just to talk.
Okay. I'm down.
It kind of fits more with the traditional trade show structure where
Yeah.
you try and
This-
do
this
stuff
is-
and then it doesn't happen.
There's some noodling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
Andrew doesn't want to work at Chase Bliss, but he is going to get a free mood pedal.
That's kind of like working at Chase Bliss. This chat is very appealing. Wow. Thank you, Cosmic Evan.
Matt, I like talking about business things. It's fine.
Yeah, don't worry, Matt.
I know.
Brady's just kind of mean. Actually, he's not at all. He's so nice.
I'm
He's a
just
little
grumpy. My
sweetheart.
kids just call me Grumpy.
Oh, Rodney. That's the guy I hired that moved across the country. Rodney Easter. Hooray, snow. Sorry about the snow, Rodney.
Is it snowing right now there?
No, it's actually going to be really nice this week.
Oh, cool. If I buy a mood, can I put it on my resume?
I mean, it doesn't hurt. Everyone's got an ego,
Hey, I've got a super ego. Hey,
Yeah.
check it out. It's right here. Oh, boy.
Have you guys sold a lot of
Brady,
pedals
that
today
sounds
'cause of
good.
this? No.
you see that in chat, Joel? You see that? What Matt Trevor said in chat?
I missed it. What did he say?
He says, I bought a preamp earlier thanks to Andy.
Really?
Yeah. So there you go. Actually, the preamp segment, I was even surprised with how good it sounded. Like, it sounds so...
You're like, man, I mean, this thing, it's
Well-
cool. It has the moving faders, but normally it sounds like shit.
Well, no, but even my whole rig is like preamp into the Iridium and then direct into my interface.
Sure.
And it just sounds like so good. That's really silly how good it sounds.
Mm-hmm.
So good job.
Good. No, you good job.
Cosmic Evan says, I
Maybe-
sold 3 preamps because of Andy.
Maybe I'll give you a T-shirt or something, Andy. for your
Oh,
trouble.
finally, a Chase Bliss t-shirt. Oh, I didn't wear one today. I wore my CME shirt today. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I have a lot of Chase Bliss shirts and I wear them a lot. Sorry. Rodney's here for the CXM deets, which is when did I say that was going to happen? Now? I don't know. This is the point in a trade show where any plans we had made, right, are potentially out the window.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to take shots together?
I do. I'll go get some.
Yeah,
I'll
me
go
too.
get some whiskey.
Okay, grab
All right.
some really quick. Here you go, Dan.
All
I'll
right.
get
Yeah.
us whiskey. It's fine. And then keep asking us questions. We'll answer honest.
Oh man. I would love to partake, but that's gonna mean me going downstairs. Kelly will be like, "What are you doing? Are you done with the stream?" I'm like, just gonna get in the liquor cabinet for a second."
It's part of the stream.
Yeah, but then our 3-year-old also has a broken leg, and right before this, I took a nap. So I'm like, I don't want to say I'm in the doghouse, but Matt Trevor, since I fit sometime this week, maybe tomorrow, probably tomorrow actually.
Sorry, I'm just noodling. Yeah, just noises everywhere. Whiskey being poured nearby.
More blooper modifiers on the way at any point? Yes, we have 3 that are really close, that are fun ones. There's a modifier called stopper, and then there's stretch, which you can stretch the loop without changing the pitch, and then there's changing the pitch without changing the loop time, which has been like highly requested. So we're excited to get those out. And then it'll be nice because it's kind of like that. That's like the full feature set that we always had in mind.
I got some bookers.
Ooh, nice.
This stuff's dangerous because it's 63%. I prefer new Forester.
Ken, I don't think there will be any kind of thing like that to write blooper mods, unfortunately. That's a cool idea though.
Ken would want that. That's
I mean, it would be really neat.
Surprising that they would sit around and watch us.
Joel, do you got a drink over there?
So it's a little bit of a tricky situation logistically because, I was just napping before this, and Griffin, has a broken leg and he's 3. And then so when I woke up, I was like, oh my gosh, I got to do the stream. And Kelly's like, oh, sweet. And now, and she's like, how long is it going to take? And I was like, I don't know, like I think a half an hour or something. And that was a half an hour ago when she thought I would be done. So if I go down there
You just
and get whiskey,
crack open some whiskey.
I mean, I want to. There's also a non-zero chance that she might be watching this, but probably not. But
Hi, Kelly.
I really doubt she's watching, but she could be.
Cheers, Kelly.
Well, to Kelly
To Kelly. Yeah.
and to Joel
And Joel and Griffin. Hey, shouts out Griffin. Get better soon.
and Griffin.
Yeah, get well soon.
Moose.
There we go. We did it. Aaron, who won the slider, says, Kelly, I'm just trying to ball with my bros, which is definitely what you're trying to do.
I thought this
Renee,
would
we
work.
took him. We didn't have to go to the hospital. It was like an orthopedic clinic. It was nice. It didn't take long actually for them to do everything.
He had a full cast on his leg though. It
Yeah.
almost seemed right, like full.
Yeah, it
man.
was. You know, it's the real deal. He broke it or fractured it, whatever.
What's the like estimated recovery time?
Well, they said he actually could start walking on it as soon as he feels comfortable, which I
kid-
kind of feel like it could be like in a few days because he's
Insane and kids
kind of
are
like that.
insane.
Yeah. But they said probably 6 weeks at the longest that the cast would be on.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, for a kid, maybe that's horrible, but
I mean, the timing of it is actually, if it was like the beginning of summer, if we were going on a vacation, but now
Mhm.
it's like, oh, COVID is raging. Like we should probably, hunker down anyway. And yeah,
Joel, have
man,
you
this
ever broken a
whiskey is
bone?
good.
I broke my wrist in college, but that's it.
Cool.
Cool.
Thanks. Cool.
You
I
didn't
did my
want to ask me that
collarbone once.
question?
That was it.
Where did you, how did you break your bone?
My collarbone.
Oh, you broke, oh, that's a nasty one.
I was riding a bike late at night by campus, and I ran over a full like pop bottle or something.
What'd
I
you
didn't see
learn?
it.
What'd you learn?
Helmet would have been good. Concussions feel weird. My neighbors that lived in the halfway house, they came and pulled me out of the road.
Jeez.
And then I got up to my place, and I fell asleep in the outside room outside of my room.
That's
I
brutal.
guess, like the living room. My roommate found me there. It's cool.
Cool.
I still have the concussion. That was Isaac's joke. Isaac gets credit for that.
Good one, Isaac. I've never broken a bone. No one asked me yet, but that's my answer.
Andy,
Cool.
did you break something?
Nope, nothing.
What's broken?
Never. I never would do that. I would never do that to my body. It's a temple.
Well, it's not an intentional choice.
Well, still, I've taken better care of my temple than you've taken of yours. So I don't know.
What are you drinking?
No, I'm drinking ice cold water.
Thank you,
No,
Jammy
you're
Pants.
I'm not drinking 120 proof whiskey right now. Definitely.
Let me make sure ours is better.
It's
Nope,
not.
It's not. It's 100.
Good night, Doug. Good night, sweet
Doug,
prince.
we love you, Doug. Good night.
Give your family a hug from me.
It's not a trade show unless Doug is here too, and he's here, so that's great.
I feel like Doug and I never really hit it off.
Ooh, that's your bad.
Like, cause you didn't have the time, or you
know.
just didn't.
I know. I realize. I
Doug's
hear
not
a
the
lot
kinda
about
guy
Doug,
that's
and it
gonna,
just
like-
makes me sad.
Doug's not gonna make it hard to connect with.
Yeah, like you'll have an opportunity to fix that at some point.
Yeah.
Doug and I had a good
So-
chat.
We all love. Everyone say goodnight to Doug in all chats everywhere. Say
Doug,
goodnight,
I look
Doug.
forward to getting to know you, bud.
Good night, Douglas.
Doug is releasing an album soon, right?
Oh yeah.
It's a big deal.
Where can we find that, Doug? When is it going to come out, and where can we get it? Oh, he's probably
I
already.
think he
off.
might be already
Okay.
gone.
Well, I guess we'll never be. Yeah, it is on Bandcamp. I know that.
What's the name of the project?
Timmy?
though?
You might know. Oh well,
I forget what.
the name of his project is 9 is the Level, I think.
I think it's called Blink 182.
Yeah, 9 is
What
the
do you got?
Level. Yep.
Okay.
Isaac, you wanna,
9 is the
you wanna
level,
come
all
beat a
one
shot
word.
some?
Huh? About Whiskey Mike.
I'm gonna turn
Whiskey
this
Mike.
black fountain on and this flat light on and play it into my mood. How about that?
It's like a
We
win.
should plug the theremin.
And the Dark
into
Star.
mood and
Hell,
see what
why not?
happens.
Yeah.
And just,
It was so cool to meet Ed O'Brien. He's just the best guy ever.
I wish
not
I
Tyler.
knew him. I'm jealous of you.
Not seeing the chat, it just felt like you wanted to brag out of nowhere.
No, sorry about that. Yeah. when I got an email from him, my whole body felt warm. It was like just like a wave of warmth, good feelings.
Yeah, that must be.
Did you think that maybe it was a joke at first?
What was
So up until we got, like, because we had been communicating for a while over email, and up until
Oh, Doug is still here, by the way. We love you, Doug.
the closest Radiohead show that was coming to Minnesota was in Chicago, and I was like, well, fuck it, I'm going. And up until I got like the tickets in my hand at will call, I was like, oh, I guess this has been Ed O'Brien after all the whole time.
Was that a bigger deal than John? What's his face? What's his name? John. I forgot his John Mayer.
John Mayer. Well, not for my wife Kelly. She was with me at the
Well,
John Mayer concert. I know
yeah.
that. Yeah. But,
Wives love John Mayer.
yeah, I'm not afraid to say that I am a long and very, very much a big Radiohead fan. So
Ken wants to know what stuff of yours he plays.
he plays Condor, Tonal Recall, RKM. He has a Therme, but I don't know how much he's got into it. He bought a Mood, so
He bought a Mood. Wow.
yeah.
And didn't John Mayer play Condor for like 2 seconds and then throw it in the garbage? Isn't that what happened?
Well, he had a hi-fi on his board, a vinyl hi-fi, and then
Bye, Aaron.
he was interested in the Condor, and so I brought one to him before the show, and then he put it in the spot of his Klon. But
That's wild.
yeah, and so but then after like a few songs, I think it's not the same pedal as a Klon. You can make
No.
it sound a lot like a Klon, but you kind of have to spend a little time with it. Then he put the Klon back on the board, and it was kind of an interesting experience talking to him about that. It was in the middle of the show that I went back
Right.
there and talked to him, and then I was like, really excited, but then also like trying to kind of like do this dance in my head about being so excited to talk to him, but then also him explaining to me that he tried my pedal and then which was great, which I was super excited about, but then it wasn't working for him, so he put the Klon back on, and then obviously that's disappointing, but it's totally understandable, and but it was just a weird mix of emotions in a short amount of time. But
Yeah.
he's also hilarious. I'm sure anybody that kind of follows him at all or has like heard him talk,
Yeah.
he's just like really funny and entertaining.
Great.
Kelly was drunk, my wife was drunk and being funny too, so
Everyone's loose and having a good time. That's
yeah,
good.
it was great. She was doing a lot more talking than me because I was just sort of dumbstruck.
Dumbstruck.
Speaking of,
Yeah.
it went away from it.
Hey, old blood people, who's your favorite person that plays your pedals?
Good question. He doesn't because you didn't take him to him. I like that the Mogwai guys play our stuff.
Oh yeah, that's cool. What do they use? What do they play?
I know that the Procession is there, maybe the Reflector, and the guitar tech for, I guess, either one or both of the Mogwai guitar players also does Idols.
Mm.
And so I think we're sending a Reflector out for them at some point too, which is fun.
Nice.
Ride, yep.
Ride was really cool to see. Yeah.
Andy Bell. Right?
Sick. Here's another question
Yeah.
for both of you individually. If someone asked what pedal they should buy from you first, what would it be?
I would honestly say the Mood for me, for Chase Bliss. I mean, unless they're not, it doesn't seem like it appeals to them at all. But I
Right.
think pretty much everyone could have a fun time with it,
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like I'd say Black Fountain or Dark Star for us. Like Black Fountain was my first Old Blood pedal from before I worked here, so that was a good entry point for me. And then Dark Star, I feel like, tells somebody a lot about like sort of what we're about in a quick way.
If you
Yeah.
can prepare somebody for the Dark Star, that it's not a reverb,
Yeah.
then I think they can get into it.
Yeah, it's like the Black Fountain is this very accessible thing that's just like instantaneous bond, and then Dark Star you fight against for a bit until eventually you fall for it.
Mm-hmm.
I like to say Dweller, but I think that's just confusing for people either forever or for a long time.
Seth says favorite pedal of all time. So, Joel, what's your favorite pedal of all time?
Gosh, I don't even know.
As a business owner who's making pedals, does that question just become kind of like not a thing you can answer anymore?
Well, I used to feel like I had an answer to it, but I just don't even know anymore.
Yeah. Well, run through some of your previous favorites that you may have said.
Well,
and
you
then-
know, I used to work for Zvex. I have like a really strong affinity for the Fuzz Factory and the Lo-Fi Loop Junkie. And kind of one of the first pedals I worked on was the Instant Lo-Fi Junkie, which was trying to capture that aesthetic and vibe in real time rather than just on a loop. So those were, I mean, it's kind of like when someone asks you what's your favorite record or something, you know, it really kind of depends on the time of your life and when it hits you. So
Right.
like those two pedals are just, you know, nothing can ever replace those experiences I had with them, because they were, you know, they're like my first loves.
Yeah.
So it's a hard question. I don't really even know what my favorite pedal is now, but
Oh,
yeah.
Where's everybody's first?
what is everybody's first pedal? We just got the question. It's
What
just
is it?
Easier to
Where is
answer.
it?
Mm.
Mine was
My first pedal was one of those little Dan Electro guys. Did you guys ever have those? Those
Oh,
tiny
yeah.
ones?
I still have a
I'd like
tremolo.
I had the grilled cheese and the flanger. Hash browns? Was it the hash browns? Hash browns was
know.
one. I don't remember which it was.
Didn't have
Those were my first ones.
Mine was the Boss RC20 XL loop station.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was kind of late to pedals, and I would just use that to like do looped acoustic guitar sets for a while. Forgive me, it was college. But that was where the pedal dive started.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was. I bought 3 Boss pedals from a guy I went to school with, an older guy. And he just wanted to get rid of them, and it was an RV3,
Classic.
a phase shifter maybe,
Classic.
and a Boss Super Chorus.
Mm. Not bad.
I guess I didn't know what to do with them back then. What about you, Kylan?
Oh.
Got Dan Electro T-Bone.
T-Bone.
Dan Electro T-Bone.
What was that? Was that one of those little ones too?
Dan Electro, Dan Echo. Like the whole.
Ooh, Dan Electro Dan Echo from Isaac.
Dan Electro is kind of the all-time winner there.
Yeah.
Can't find it. I don't know what happened to it.
Huh. Someone asked me, what did they say? What was my first CBA and Old Blood noise pedals? What first drew you to them? Well, I think Joel, you reached out to me first.
Yeah.
Like I was aware of your stuff, but you reached out to me and wanted to send me a Warp vinyl.
We're about
Well, because I saw you had done a video on the Instant Lo-Fi
5:30.
Junkie, you
Oh,
know, which
yeah.
I worked on when
Were
I was
you
at
involved
Zvex.
Were you involved in reaching out to me for that? It wasn't you who emailed me.
No, I
someone
wasn't.
else.
But then I
Okay.
just saw the video and I liked it, and I thought that you would enjoy the Warp
Oh,
vinyl, you know.
And the rest is history.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was. I mean, so I was using the warped vinyl when that was your only pedal.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and then with Old Blood is like I was Well, because I knew Brady when he was at Walrus. Brady hooked me up with a I got a Voyager and a Mayflower and a Deep Six that I still have and love from the Brady era of Walrus. And then, yeah, I was in Oklahoma when you had the prototype for Black Fountain,
Yeah. It was
and Dan
early.
was there. He wasn't even an employee yet.
No. Well, we hadn't even done anything yet. I think I had just
I
quit.
remember it was that weird period where you changed your Instagram handle to Old Blood Noise and like no one knew what it was or meant.
I remember that.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I like a good mystery.
Yeah. So, that's my answer. My first Chase Bliss and Old Blood Noise pedals were the first Chase Bliss and Old Blood Noise pedals.
That's
Nice.
great.
So, pretty cool. Favorite post-rock band that isn't Mogwai? This Will Destroy You. And that's a band that I wouldn't listen to now. I would not enjoy listening to it, but that was my favorite band when I liked post-rock. I do like Thrice. Although my favorite Thrice era is Viesu, or however you say it, and then Alchemy Index. That's my favorite Thrice.
What's your favorite Show Me the Body song?
I feel like if I say it, I incriminate myself a little bit. My favorite Show Me the Body song is Badge Grabber by far. But the lyrics on it are a little rough, but I like it a lot.
Is that your favorite use of a banjo in music ever?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed when I discovered that was a banjo.
Were you really?
Yeah.
I was super into it. Like, cause that band Show Me the Body is a 3-piece. All right, so it's drummer is a bass player who plays bass and like samples in his bass rig, and an electric banjo guy. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And it's like the heaviest shit I've ever heard, and I love it. And Brady's the one who showed them to me, and now they're one of my favorite bands.
They're cool. I just really disappointed by the banjo thing.
Are you really?
Yeah,
don't
can
want
you
it to be a
imagine
banjo?
can you imagine playing those songs with a banjo?
Have you watched their live sets?
Yeah, it looks stupid.
No, it looks fucking ridiculous. It looks awesome.
I know, they look like they're having a lot of fun.
No, Tim, I did not just describe Mumford and Sons, okay?
Exactly.
No, it's not like
I bet
No,
that
it's
they
not-
get that mistake all the time.
no, they do not.
Show
No.
me the Mumford.
Show me the Sons.
Yeah.
The name of the band is Show Me the Body. Show Me the Body from Brooklyn. Brooklyn boys. As a telly player, what do you think of Jazz Masters?
Yeah. What do you think of them?
I like them more than humbucker guitars normally. I tend to gravitate
mean?
towards single coil pickups. And Jazzmaster pickups tend to fill that
are these?
vibe for me. What
What
are you
is this
saying,
guitar?
Brady? Those are humbuckers, right?
Yeah. What do you got? What's wrong with humbuckers?
I think they're dumb as hell. Just kidding. No, they're just too dark for me. Normally. Brady, no. Brady, come back. Dan, tell him. Dan, come get Brady. Go get Brady.
I don't know. I think it's too late. I think he's gone.
I think I pissed him off. No, that guitar rules. That's a Dunnable, right?
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I generally feel the same way you do about humbuckers, but then when you find a good humbucker that's like not super high output and actually has some nice high end definition,
Yeah.
there's some magic to that for sure.
When the two humbucker guitars that I have, one of them is a late 70s Ibanez Lawsuit Les Paul, which sounds more like an SG because it's like a bolt-on neck and like a hollow body, which is pretty cool. But then I bought that Ovation Breadwinner from you guys that has
Oh yeah.
with the bare knuckle pickups in it. I really like that guitar.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I
That
like that
one,
a lot.
those are like kind of lower output humbuckers,
Mhm.
if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, I feel like that's.
But they're
That's where some
they're
of the magic
brighter
is.
too, so it's like right up
Yeah.
my alley, I think. Sorry, Matt. I mean, sorry, not sorry. Joel, I've been meaning to say you look like a Mogwai album cover right now.
There's not a light in this room for some reason. And it's gotten to be, the sun went down. And here I am.
Where did Brady go? What the heck?
But we had an off-mic agreement to take bathroom breaks between here and I think our next session of
Fellas.
Ask Me Anything is starting in 4 minutes. So
Oh yeah, what did
I gotta go take care of my 3-year-old with a broken leg.
All right, we're moving into chaos hours. No, we
Okay.
got to talk about the CXM. I think I'm supposed to be talking about the CXM.
Well, I hope you know how it works. You know.
I don't really, but we're gonna use our ears
Okay.
and discover it together.
Good. All right. Well, I love you guys. It's been fun.
Everyone say
love you, Joel.
bye, Joel, and love you, Joel. If you do love Joel,
Brady's
you can
coming
say
back. Brady's coming back.
Wait, don't leave.
Okay. I gotta say goodbye to
it.
Brady.
Brady just got a refill.
I was just getting a refill.
That is a handsome-looking buffalo.
Yeah, it really
Back
is good
there.
looking.
You guys, does he have a name?
I don't think so.
He or she?
It belong.
What are its pronouns?
Bison.
He, him.
It's Blake. Blake's grandfather's. So I don't want to speak out of turn.
All right. Kelly, do you want to say hi?
Love you, Joel.
Hi.
Hey, Kelly.
Hey, Kelly.
Hi.
Oh, she can't hear you guys, but did you hear? She said
Yeah,
hi.
we heard her. It's loud and clear.
I gotta go bail her out. She's been
All right.
Yeah.
she's been working hard, taking care of a
Yeah.
crazy
Kelly.
kid with a cast on his leg. All right, guys.
See you,
Love you.
Joel.
Good talking
Love
to
you.
Joel.
Good job making
If
pedals.
we could do the next 30 minutes with Kelly, Joel, you can go.
Yeah, get Kelly on here.
She just like knows everything about CXM.
Yeah. So Kelly, the crossover frequency, what does that do? She just nails it.
All right.
Ooh,
Mm,
look at Joel.
bye.
So dark. We just saw the sun go down on Joel.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, literally. His picture just got
Yeah.
darker. You guys know what I mean?
yeah.
Ask if he wants to break off here and split into our own stream video.
Should we break off and go into our own streams now?
I kind of don't want to now, but we can.
Do you want to do an AMA with us, even though we kind of just did that and nobody?
See, here's the
Nobody
thing
cares.
though. I'm the last thing I'm supposed to do is really dig into the CXM,
You got to go work.
which I know a lot of people want, but we can keep it. I'm supposed to go for another what? How many hours do we have left? 3?
We're doing 45 more minutes.
Oh shit. Okay. Well then you do your thing and I'll do my I don't know. Whatever. Do whatever you want. We're drinking now. The chaos hours was supposed to start later with the drinking, but it started now.
I mean, I think it started on time.
Yeah, I do
Okay,
too.
yeah, let's do it. I'm going to get a different guitar. Let's take some questions. Who wants to come sit down? I can run camera, Kylie. Come
We're
get
doing
the
questions with old blood. I don't want to be alone on this stream anymore. I want to be with you guys.
buttons.
You can, 1, 2, and 3.
But I will talk about the CXM. We can learn about it together.
All right, I guess Isaac has some AMA questions loaded up, and we will have another trivia question during this next 45 minutes. Got one more expression slider to give away. So,
Oh yeah, people in my chat, if you want to go over to the old blood chat and try to win that expression slider, that's where you'll do it.
Sure.
all right, we've got Seth on the bullet. Seth
Hey,
number 1
Seth.
with bullet. And I guess we'll officially enter the Ask Me Anything portion, our final block of live streaming today. Isaac, you want to hit us with a question?
So, since Seth is here, how did the Dark Star artwork come about? What was that collab like?
Seth, how did the Dark Star artwork come about? What was that collab like?
Sorry, Dan. So, I think I came across John Carling's artwork online. John Carling is an artist from the Bay Area, and we started talking back in, I think, 2015. And that's kind of how it came about. Pretty much every pedal, we tap a different artist from all over the world, really. And the only person I think that's done more than one pedal's worth of art is Garrett Young, and he did Procession, Dweller, and Visitor. But we have some things in the work with John Carling in the future eventually, and I'm really looking forward to it. But check him out, joncarling.com. That is his artwork.
All right. We'll do a rapid fire here.
All right, lightning round.
What is the favorite pedal that Old Blood has made? Your personal favorite pedals that Old Blood.
Each favorite Old Blood.
Can I answer two?
Yeah, Andy, you go first.
Oh, me go first? Okay. Well, so wait, is someone talking that I can't hear?
They're trying to figure out how to get you on our stream.
Yeah, I messed it up. Sorry,
There's the
that's my bad.
preamp.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh, that's the CXM. I was gonna do
Or,
this.
yeah,
I was
sorry,
gonna
CXM.
say, check out my Old Blood trifecta here. This is the Old Blood trifecta. That's my favorite. Right here,
Oh yeah.
right in a row, all in order.
12 knobs.
12 knobs. We've got the Dark Star. I've used this I had the Procession first, and I really like the Procession. But the algorithms on Dark Star, I think, suit my style a little more. And the ability to hold a pad is awesome. And then the Flatlight, I do a bunch of tricks with the Flatlight. I love the Flatlight. And the new Black Fountain is really great. There's so much low end in the repeats on the Black Fountain, which is really interesting to me. And I try to use that. Yeah, because most delays, you get like kind of a thin sound, which fits well, but the Black Fountain is so dark and bass heavy that with my Telecaster, it's cool because it just feels like two wildly different signals together. That's,
Yeah, you often
really cool. So
find that a delay will filter off some highs and some lows, but that one filters off the highs and then kind of boosts the overall thing, so you actually end up with like more lows out of it.
So you end up with like a real full sound depending on how you set it up. So yeah, these are my three favorites right here for sure.
My favorite is the Dweller, just because it feels like my baby, really. Like I feel like the pedal where I came into my own as a designer. Seth?
I think my favorite Old Blood pedal is the Flatlight. Because there's so much that it does that Flanders don't typically do. And so there's and Andy's really great at pulling out those parts of it as well, like the resonate trick where he just keeps it maxed out, but then you turn the mix up just to grab those little, I don't know what the word is for it, but it's just bits of strange atmosphere.
Yeah, there's like resonant things that'll just pop out, and I like to leave it at the slowest rate so that it just like so it's so slow that you can't even perceive what the rate actually is.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll just hear these ghostly like overtones kind of like popping out. It sounds completely random and really fun.
Yeah, I feel like those are just resonant frequencies that are just waiting to be activated. So like if you give it any signal near those frequencies, suddenly they just spike. And I feel like there's a few in there that I honestly don't know why certain ones are more hyped than the others, because it's just multiple flanger lines stacked and feeding back. So those are
I've found
surprise frequencies.
There's been many situations where I've had like a drone like from the Super Ego and then into the Flatlight and having it do that slow rate thing, like, and it'll pull out these like low frequencies though, like super sub frequencies, and they swell up and then they go away. It's really cool. I've never heard a flanger bring out such low frequencies before.
Brady, what's your favorite Old Blood pedal?
All right, we're asking Brady for his favorite now, and it is the Fault.
Alpha Hunt's really fun too.
Alpha Hunt's really fun too, he says.
And then Dark
And then
Star.
Dark Star.
Oh, Procession.
Oh, Procession.
Black Fountain.
Kylan's favorite is the Black Fountain. Isaac, what is your favorite pedal?
Excess. The excess.
Mm.
You don't have an excess. You're not playing an excess. You're wrong, and you need to get an excess.
I don't know if you guys could hear that, but if you're not playing in excess, you are wrong. That is word direct from Isaac, truth direct from on high. Got to get yourself an excess.
Wait, I've got a question for you, old blood people. What's your least favorite pedal? One that you wish you could stop having to build or give support for? You know?
I feel like Whitecap made me so mad throughout development and felt so cursed for its entire life that like I still get angry with it. But it sounds nice or whatever, but I don't know.
Whitecap, it sounds nice or whatever. Check it out.
Speaking of Whitecap,
Oldbloodnoise.com.
well, before we leave that,
It's like a really cool, unique tremolo, I guess, but like, ugh, what a pain.
I guess.
and I think after we finally got it to where it needed to be, it was like, oh, we know how to make that. Now let's make the harmonic
black
version
cap.
of that, the black cap.
Oh yeah, do you want to tell people?
Yeah,
Tell people what we're gonna do with that.
tell people what we're doing here.
Card's full.
That camera, that card is full. Yeah, we're gonna starting in November. Black Cap is gonna be a always on production model available.
Oh, cool.
So,
Hell yeah.
so it's actually, Dean, would you explain what the Black Cap is in comparison to the White Cap?
Sure, yeah. So it retains the analog tremolo and digital tremolo parallel or series kind of vibe, and the analog tremolo maintains the same voice, but the digital tremolo becomes a harmonic tremolo. So the difference between that being a standard tremolo modulates volume, whereas a harmonic tremolo essentially splits the signal into highs and lows and fades back and forth between them. I think technically it's like flipping phase the LFO and turning them both up and down, but the idea is that you always have some signal present. It's just the frequencies of it that change, and it sometimes it sounds almost more like a phase or a vibe type sound. It's distinct from those, but it doesn't sound. It sounds different from a standard tremolo. So that's the fun of the Black Cap. Is it's the flip side of White Cap in a way where it's all harmonic on the digital side.
Yeah, the harmonic trem always feels like some exact middle between a straight up trem and like a phaser. So
Yeah.
like if you don't like phaser, but you want a little like gooiness or something, this might be exactly what you want. You know?
Yeah, I feel like harmonic trem is the sound I'm looking for when I use like a phaser or a univibe type pedal. I'm like, yeah, this is pretty cool, and then play harmonic trem, and it's like, there it is. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. I mean, the Flint has a harmonic trem in it.
Yeah, that's the one I've
Doesn't it?
been using a lot the last like couple years.
Yeah.
But come end of November, Black Cap.
You gonna sell them both, Black Cap and White Cap?
Yep.
Yeah, they'll.
Nice.
Yeah, so we did 50 Black Cap the last Black Friday just as a little sort of limited
was for the
edition
CME
fun
thing, right?
experiment. That was not at the CME thing. It was just a direct just a fun Black Friday drop where we essentially had it available just through that weekend, 50 units, and basically, just this year decided let's bring it back, but let's just put it in fully alongside White Cap all the time. Isaac's got another
Hell yeah.
question for us.
Let's see. What's the reasoning / deciding factor between top jacks or side jacks?
Okay, we're asking about the reasoning / deciding factor between top jacks and side jacks. For our stuff, I feel like side jacks just, I don't know how that decision started, but I know that it's continued simply because in many cases it just makes sense from a hardware perspective that we can organize the pedal in terms of its control set in the way that we're looking for by using side jacks.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of it is like whatever the face ends up being determines what the jack position is going to be.
Yeah, Isaac says, whatever the face is, that's what determines the jack positioning. Because you can see when you're looking at side jacks, there's never a toggle or a knob or anything that's going to interfere with them. If you imagine putting top jacks on any of these pedals in front of us, they would just run right through knobs and it would be a mess.
Yeah.
But on our BBM pedals, we do top jacks because we're able to put them on the flip side of pots, and just it makes more sense for a BBM size pedal.
When did everyone learn to make pedals?
When did everyone learn to make pedals? For me, it was on the job. Like, I started tinkering around with stuff at home and asking questions around the shop until 2017, I guess.
So
I
what- so
started
what I'm
actually
hearing
getting
is
to
that-
design here.
What I'm hearing is another position at a pedal company where the prerequisite was that you had no experience. So if you
So
want
I
to
get
get into
to-
the pedal industry, make sure you have no experience.
I get to sneak in as an inventory manager and then just shift. Although I still have to do.
Is
the
that
inventory
how you
management.
started, inventory manager?
Yep. Yeah.
And screen printing.
And yeah, and then I learned the screen printing and the drilling, and sort of turned a part-time inventory job into a full-time lots of things job.
Yeah.
And then once I started doing the design work, all the other stuff started falling away until now it's part-time inventory and most time development,
Yeah.
depending on the week.
No more screen printing.
No more screen printing. yeah.
Nice.
I don't know if anybody else wants to answer how they got started, or when.
Brady
yeah.
were Keeley boys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isaac and Brady both started at Keeley, which we kind of talked about much earlier today.
Mhm.
Seeing Brady holding up a hand.
I was high-fiving Isaac for being Keeley.
Oh, I see.
But he was.
He was air high-fiving Isaac air because Isaac didn't realize the hand was there.
This is just me.
Yeah, and Seth, I know you kind of came into it through the Mammoth Walrus
Yeah.
lens of being a artistic creative director.
That's how I got into pedals. Yeah. But even when Brady was working at Keeley, and I was working at just a screen printing shop, we were in a band together, and then we got some BYOC kits, and that was pre-Keeley.
Yeah, because I wanted to work at Keeley.
That's right. You wanted to work
So we
there.
ordered them.
We ordered those kits to figure out what was going on.
Those kits did not work
Uh-uh.
until after I started.
That's right. I tried to build mine. It definitely didn't work. And then Brady fixed it. So, yeah, that's kind of how we got started. Was just when people ask me where to start, I would say get a kit of any type. Mine was a ping pong delay, and I still have it. It's on that shelf over there. So
Aren't delays some of the harder pedals to start building though?
probably it never worked for me. So,
Ping pong delay.
but it works great now.
No, that one came built.
What?
Yeah, it was a muff clone.
Oh, muff clone.
You and I
yeah.
both got like two different, or I got a wrap, and you got a muff.
I think I got the ram's head or something
Yeah.
like that.
There's a question in my chat for you, Dan. It just says, how to become and explains it all.
How to become and explains it all.
You're born
Yeah.
into that.
Brady says, I think you're born into that, and that tracks. I don't know. I did acting in high school, which made me comfortable in front of people speaking. I was an English major in college, which made me comfortable writing words, stringing them together creatively. And then I found myself designing at a pedal company, and the XS was the first design that I had any part in the design of. And we wanted to explain the difference between series and parallel routing, so they basically said, well, yeah, let's throw Dan on camera and have him talk about it. And in the room, we were like, well, what do we call this series? And from Clarissa Explains It All, we decided to call
Clarissa,
it Dan
yeah.
Explains It All, and that was that. So,
Millennials in the chat will know what we're talking about.
yeah.
Clarissa explaining it all.
So yeah, combination of trying to figure out an expertise somewhere and then learning communication skills to convey that to others, I guess. I don't know. I stumbled into it. I didn't feel active, so I'm not sure.
I mean, I think I saw definitely in you, like, oh, Dan is extremely well spoken. He is fun to talk to. He's engaging. He's interesting. You're quick-witted. So it just makes sense to put you in front of a camera, explaining the things you understand.
Yeah, starting with understanding the product, I think that's a good point to start explaining.
Well,
Dan
and-
understands enough to explain it all.
Is Brady in the room right now? Can you hear me?
He is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I was just I'm gonna throw Brady under the bus a little bit. I've heard multiple times when I asked Brady about a pedal, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works."
Oh yeah, it's Dan.
That's a Dan question.
There's like, well, I'll say that's how it was from the beginning, though.
That's
Like,
been the
I
plan.
know some stuff, and I'm not really sure of what I do know, and so I'm probably not gonna be able to tell you. And I'm definitely not confident in telling you or other people. But Dan knows his stuff, so Dan was better at
Yeah.
designing pedals the second day than I ever was. So that's what he does. Thankfully that's what he does. So
So the big takeaway here, I think, for anyone who's interested in being in the industry, is you don't have to know anything.
I don't think that's true. You have to know how to figure stuff out. You have to know how to.
Well, yeah, but you don't have to know, like, you don't have to be like, yeah, I don't know how to code or do circuit shit or whatever. You're just like, you can figure that out.
If you want to know
Yeah.
how to do it, you learn it.
Just get in there
Brady,
and start doing it. That's really what so
Brady,
much of it boils down
you're
to.
spitting some truth right now, and you're not even on the goddamn mic, and I hate it.
Just get in there and do it. Nobody's going to pay you to do it. Right?
Yeah, there we go.
If you want to know how to do it,
go off.
go learn how to do it.
You got YouTube. Learn it.
Yeah, you know how to read. It takes a little bit of gumption. And some people have it, and some people have the understanding of that stuff. I don't have a great mathematical mind, and Dan has a better one. And then Isaac has an incredibly practical mind, and
What
Seth
is
has
your
an
mind?
incredibly creative mind,
How would you say your mind is?
and Kylan has
How would you say your mind is?
quiet and tired mind. My mind is foggy at best.
Brady's bringing the foggy vibes. Dan is bringing the smart vibes, and Kylan is bringing the
That kind of makes me
calm,
dumb.
collected vibes. Is that what I'm getting?
Not smart, but yeah, mathematical and interested in the
You know the numbers.
the algorithmic mind, I guess.
His
Whatever.
numbers. I feel like
Rodney Easter says in my chat, he says, if you worked in a kitchen and follow a recipe, you can build pedals. Is that true?
I would say yes. If you, that's like the kit element or the like learning just the sort of basic building blocks of like, if you learn a recipe and learned how to process, how to like do that recipe correctly, then that's sort of like a kit. If you learn how those flavors interact with each other and take in outside flavors to develop your own recipes, that's where the product development part of it really comes in. So yeah, that's one thing that like building kits is great because you can solder it yourself and quickly get to a cool pedal that you can use. But then I think to go deeper, ask yourself, how might I prefer this pedal to sound different? And then try to research how the pedal works and what elements you can look at to change it. I feel like that was my big starting point, was like understanding how sounds worked and how they could be changed. So putting a different cap in the drive section of your overdrive and learning how that changes the tone. Or once you're at the point of code, like with Dweller, adding a bunch of extra memory that it doesn't need and letting it read through it and just seeing what happens and then going from there.
Back to what I was saying. I figured it out. Like, for example, like Kylan was our pedal builder. So go ahead and turn the camera on yourself, Kylan.
Let's see
Please.
Kylan. Everyone say, let's see Kylan. in
For
the
real,
chat.
like go ahead and spin it on
Come
yourself
on.
so that we can see you for a second.
Show us Kylan.
You don't. It doesn't have to be like.
Oh
okay,
boy,
it's
way
out of
too
focus.
close on his face. That's way too close.
But-
I
So
hate this.
Kylan worked for me at Walrus
All right.
as a pedal builder, and then
Hot
as soon as we could have somebody work at Old Blood, there he is.
Yeah. There he is. Look at him.
He did whatever we needed to be done. So, like, he drilled, he packed stuff up, he built pedals. He, once we moved here, you were pretty much building, right? I mean, but whenever something needs to be done, he jumps in and does it. And one day he wanted to do something else. So he worked with Seth and learned how to do all the AV stuff that we do. So now he's like right-hand marketing AV guy, which is way different from where you started. It's a different skill set. You
Same
didn't
as
know
Dan, it
anything
sounds
about
like.
it. I don't think. And he taught himself some stuff. Seth taught him some stuff, and he learned and got that position. So, yeah, I mean, I think all these things are about having the gumption to learn something new and teach yourself. I'm sweating.
Gumption. That's the word of the day, folks.
And
Gumption.
to ask too. That's a big part of it. Knowing what you're trying to learn and what you're trying to do, and seeing if the people around you can help you get there. I started asking Brady questions about like circuit stuff when I was kind of interested in just breadboarding overdrives, and he basically was like, "You seem interested in this. Check out the FV1 development platform because I know you have some experience coding." And that was that. I asked, he pivoted me a little bit and said, "Check this out." And then, like he said, by day 2, I was suddenly finding sounds, and
Dan, what's the language you have to use on an FE1?
So FV1 has its own assembly language. It's called Spin ASM, or at least that's the like assembler for it. But some other stuff like the microcontrollers that do our foot switch and kind of tempo generation type stuff are in the Arduino development platform, which is kind of like C++y. And then a new prototype that I'm working on is all, without diving too deep, there's a lot of C programming on that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Brady just typed banana in the chat. Brady, you're very late. But thank you for your enthusiasm.
Isaac, have we had any more questions coming in? Or?
Let's see here.
Someone in my chat asked if there's any new Coffee and Riffs coming back soon.
That's a great question. I had started to put together like an end of life plan for Coffee and Riffs.
What does that
series.
mean?
Like how to
That's
wrap it up.
sad. Oh,
Sorry.
that's really sad.
No, like an end of the series.
You know, just like how to kill it.
Yeah, how are we going to box this
How
up?
are we gonna kill it?
Yeah, it involves all of us faking our deaths. But then, like in January, we were really like, all right, we had some ideas, some volition, some movement behind it, and then by March, everything had changed, and a lot of our travel plans evaporated for the summer, and I think I would like to get to 100 episodes with it, and then call it good.
That would be cool.
Pass the torch, whatever that looks like. But that's all. Yeah, it is for sale. I'm just kidding.
Ooh.
No, but
Highest bidder.
it's always been for fun, like always out of love
Yeah.
and for fun. So it definitely has taken a backseat to everything else we do as we've started families. The business has become more all-encompassing. So yeah, it's always a labor of love thing. But we've got one or two episodes in the can that eventually we'll put out, and then we'll produce some more, and then I think the last one we put out was 88 or 89.
Oh my gosh. Can I be there for episode 100?
Yeah,
if you're
man.
doing that.
I think maybe you've been in the most, other than Brady.
Have I really? I've been in at least 3,
Yeah.
if not 4 of them.
Kylan, you've done 3. You've done 2. Okay, then
Suck it, Kylan.
yeah. But there's room. We can make more. So we will make more. Also, it's like we were making that in a time when there weren't really things so much like that. Or there,
Yeah.
absolutely, there were things like Coffee and Riffs, like videos, 100 episodes, 100 episodes. But like, there weren't really things so much like that. Or there absolutely there were things like Coffee and Riffs, like videos, 100 episodes, 100 episodes. But like, there weren't really things so much like that. were made like that before video existed, you know, like live performance, just getting that feeling of someone performing live and improvising live. But I will say that 4, 5, 6 years later, there's just so much out there that feels samey, and it'd just be like drinking out of the same glass a little bit. So I think I'm okay with it for taking a long time to finish out, and I think it'll get more and more interesting as we don't force it to finish it up. So that's what I think.
Somebody did ask Somebody did ask earlier if you knew how cool you were.
Oh,
That was the question.
I appreciate that.
I answered for you.
Yes. Unequivocally, yes. Not very cool. Just kidding. I can never get my hat on straight.
Now you're thinking about it.
Yeah. Is my hat
No,
cool?
how cool am I? How
Is
cool
the hat
am I?
cooler now? Just kidding. What time is it, Kylan?
I mean, so we're gonna start doing this every week, right?
Yeah, I think every Friday afternoon for at least for a little while. I think we should start doing this.
I'm
Come-
so excited for that.
Yep, come back on Friday of this week.
We'll do our last trivia.
We have one more trivia question to do too.
Yes.
I haven't had power since Tuesday, and Kylan hasn't had power since Monday.
Oh my god.
It's been wild.
Do the trivia question?
Yeah, let's do that. I think I just had an emotional outburst.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you just
I
had
was like,
a-
yeah, that does suck. That is.
You had a breakdown just for a second, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to go home and sit in the dark.
But yeah, so we got a trivia question for you guys. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. And this is, what are we doing? The Ask Me Anything section. So thanks for asking us anything. And we have one more expression slider in the Dark Star colorway,
Still right here.
light blue ink on a black enclosure with a black slider. Andy is saying something, but he is muted.
I was muted because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my stream. I'm being a nice
Oh,
guy.
Right.
So keep talking.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, so our final trivia question, and it's whoever is able to answer correctly first in the chat on the Old Blood stream. So if you're over on Andy's stream, hop over to our chat, then bounce back to his. What is the video game that the OBNE crew play every day at lunchtime? For a bonus
this is-
accoutrement kit, name the specific version of said game.
I know this one.
We've got Isaac monitoring the chat. I hear him typing furiously.
I'm not going to say it, though. I
Let's
know,
wait for those
so
results to
I
come
really
in.
know.
So once more, to win an expression slider.
Before you say
What-
the answer, let me make sure that I know the actual answer.
Oh yeah, well, when Isaac says we got a correct one, we have a
Yeah,
correct
let
one?
me-
We haven't named the version. Should we?
You gotta wait. Well, so no, I'm waiting for you guys.
Okay, so now we're going to ask Andy, and then we're going to announce who got it right in our chat. So
Okay.
Andy, what's the game?
It is Halo 3, right? Halo 3?
So there was a time when that was
Ah!
correct, but we have
Is
been
it-
a Halo 4
is it
office
5?
for
Oh, fuck.
the last few years now.
4.
Halo
Wow,
5 for
okay.
the home hours, Halo 4 for the work hours.
Yeah, I've played Halo 5. Okay.
The Timber
Damn,
Owls Band is our winner. Nice.
Yes.
Okay, so they said Halo. So did not win the bonus accoutrement kit, but it said Halo 3, yeah. So again, there is probably evidence of us playing Halo 3, but just once more to state
that's
unequivocally, we are a Halo 4 office.
That's fair.
And
enough.
congratulations to the Timber Owls Band.
Okay, we're gonna send them one of the accoutrement things.
Yeah, it'll
What
be a surprise.
what color expression sliders are they getting?
Accoutrement?
Accoutrements. Wait, what expression sliders are they getting? What color?
Oh,
So it's the Dark Star color scheme. So it's got like a
that's a
light
good
blue
one.
ink on black enclosure.
I have one of those. Its quality is good. I can
Nice.
vouch for it.
There it is.
That's hot.
Are we doing on time? Is
I
that?
think
Did they ask us everything?
we did it.
6 o'clock.
We made it.
It's supposed to go to 6:15. So
I mean, I'm okay with just.
hang tight for another 10 or 15 minutes.
But it seems like there's an audience.
Cool.
Yeah, let's tell them what custom.
Oh,
colors we
sure.
got.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna do all kinds of stuff. It's gonna be fun.
So this was a question about what's coming on Black Friday.
Let's pop up the mock-ups.
Ooh.
Yeah, right. Yeah, had I had power this week, I would have. The plan was to have all the mock-ups ready to cycle through, but we're gonna do a lot of different types of expression sliders. We've got some special MAWs, some special utility line. A whole across the utility line is gonna be a cool color scheme. There'll be some custom colorway minimums. Black cap will be available,
Hmm?
and
You'll get black cap and black fountain on Black Friday if you want.
that's right. Oh yeah, yeah. We'll do some custom colorway signal blenders, which we have not done yet at all. So all kinds of fun stuff, and a few other things that'll probably drop as well.
We'll also be probably running a discount then,
Yeah.
similar to the discount we're running today. EFFECTOPIA. Just go to oldbloodnoise.com for 15% off by entering that code. That's EFFECTOPIA, the website you have gotten to us through today.
Yes.
So that'll be good through midnight Central Time today. So get your orders in. Get your orders in.
What would you like to work on?
Oh wow.
Ooh, what would we
Hell
like to
yeah.
work on that we never have time to? Is a question from the chat.
Man. Honestly, music with friends, like working on new songs and tunes and stuff with friends. That's what I don't have a lot of time for and really miss.
I feel like I miss writing. Creative writing major in college, so I had a lot of forced like assignments that made me write, and I just have not kept up the habit since college. But something I miss.
You don't enjoy writing up those pedal manuals? That doesn't
That's
really
true.
get
That's
that
the only
creative
like,
writing.
creative writing I
fix.
have. They call it professional writing at Michigan State. Actually, I knew some professional writing majors. They were nice, techie people.
I'm gonna need 10,000 words in the first quarter.
All right, I have an assignment of
10,000 words before Q1.
10,000 words before Q1.
10,000
Assigned
words
from
for-
Brady. Okay. I don't think so. Yeah, what's Q1? What are quarters? How does money work?
Alright, so our Monday meetings need to change focus. We need to start teaching everybody something.
Start having them.
Turns out
Yeah.
some of us don't even believe in cash.
What are some things that you guys wish you had more time to work on? I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah,
Is that even coming out over here?
it is.
Golf, Isaac says.
Dude, you've been doing lots of golf.
There's some nice golf courses in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So
Good courses.
Really?
What, are there courses in the desert state of New Mexico? There's no grass.
Oh, there's
Yeah, there's one, but I think all of us hate it because we're like, why do you do that here?
That's the logic there.
It's really stupid to have a golf course here in the desert. Yeah.
Probably a big
very
big
dumb.
water controversy, I imagine, for those.
Wait, I mean, yeah. Silly. That's a little silly. Oh, Seth just went black.
oh, and
There we go.
And we're back. All right.
Hey, will you grab one of them, Brady? Yeah. They're the
bigger ones, and there's probably like one orange.
Yeah, this has been almost like 2 hours.
Not
Yeah.
the smaller ones, the bigger
We're
ones.
asking a
Wait,
lot.
Yeah, our intent
I ask-
was to do. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andy.
Can I ask a weird question, maybe to end this, or you do whatever you want, but like
Go for it.
Please,
Yeah.
with COVID and everything, and what do you see for like 2021 for the pedal industry in general? Because like we're not doing NAMM in January, we're probably not doing NAMM in the summer, but like, yeah, it's fine. But like, what do you guys see, if anything, for like the next 12 months for being a pedal company?
I see the shift across the board of people switching into this sort of platform in order to engage with people. Kind of the TV show, variety show aspect, I think we're definitely going to see a lot more of that in our future, I think. And it gives us the opportunity to still engage with people in a safe manner. And like, this is our first live stream, and you helped us make this happen. But I think, and from this point forward, like, we'll get better at it, and
Yeah.
the production value will continue to increase. Yeah, I could see us doing a lot more stuff like this.
And you will
And-
every Friday.
Yeah, at least for a while. And I think NAMM is going to do some sort of virtual thing, and I meant to ask Joel earlier
Oh,
what his
cool.
opinion was on that, and I'm curious to what that looks like on that scale.
Yeah, interesting.
So-
And actually, I haven't done this on my stream yet. Maybe you guys have, but I just want to say thanks to Paolo for
Yes,
like,
thank you for
this is a-
reminding us. Yeah.
weird big thing that he put together
Mm-hmm.
that I have not seen before. This type of thing, like here's a bunch of live streams, you can switch between them, and it's cool and whatever.
Yep.
So huge props to him for putting together something that hasn't really been done before.
I totally agree, and he was already doing that with the Stompbox exhibit. I mean, he created
Totally.
this event centered around pedals, and it seems like he understood and saw that there's community built into that.
Yeah.
And it's been cool to get to be a part of those over the years. Because one of the first things I did when we started Old Blood is I went to New York for a Stompbox Expo, and that's where I met Brian from Small Sound Big Sound and Chris from Critter and Guitari. Just made a lot of good friends, and it's because I was just standing next to them at this event for 2 days. So
Yep.
it's cool that Paulo's keeping this going. Thank you, Paulo.
Yeah.
Deli
Thank you,
Magazine.
Paolo. Yes.
I feel like one of the maybe good side effects of having a virtual NAMM versus an in-person is we might get a more spread out release schedule of things. 'Cause it feels like
Yeah,
January is always like
Yeah.
just this insane influx of releases, and I'm curious to see what it will look like if maybe for a lot of companies that timeline hasn't changed. They'll still put up releases around the time of NAMM, but I'm very curious to see if we have that same January influx that we normally do as a result of the big trade show.
Yeah.
Well,
'cause
not
a
only
lot of
that-
companies based their whole year around NAMM, and like their whole release schedule is based around NAMM and stuff. And now the fact that like we never really like to play by those rules anyway, but now no one really has to, and I think that's cool. This is challenging people to work outside of a specific marketing construct that everyone has been used to. New products come out in January and July, and now it's like that doesn't actually matter. You can make them come out whenever you want. So
Right.
I think it's kind of exciting to see that this is a big stressor that's making people flex and bend in ways that they never would have imagined. So in terms of across the board, in terms of everything, but in terms of like marketing and release, brand facing in general. So yep.
Great.
All right. Do you have any other questions before we get out of here?
Here, I'll just, this isn't a question from my chat, but Matt Trevor just says, these streams are great. Getting to ask people like Joel and Brady direct questions and making jokes and throwing shade together is really connecting.
That's good.
So that means
that's good
this
to
is
hear.
good stuff.
Good to hear.
That's
Good
the
stuff.
vibe we're trying to capture.
Yeah.
Yeah. We love to throw shade.
Yeah, I guess we like a big part of the trade shows is us all getting together and talking shit to each other, and then other people come up and they just interact about pedals with us. So it's interesting that they get a bit of a window into
Yeah.
the
That's funny.
Yeah,
the
totally.
industry hang.
Mm-hmm.
There's no slugs here. There's no beanbags to sleep in.
Well, yeah, I guess on that note,
I'll play us out.
Seth will play us out,
See you on Friday.
and we'll see you this Friday. What time is that stream?
Let's say 3 p.m. Central Time.
3 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 p.m. Central
And
Time.
then Andy,
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be there.
Yep, Andy will probably be there. So
I will probably be there. Cause I love live streaming. So
yeah.
All right.
All right, everybody, kick over to Andy's stream for the rest of the time because he's still.
come on over,
Enjoy your
guys. It's
day.
nice over here.
15%
water's
off at
warm.
oldbloodnose.com.
Listen, there's
Effectopia
no
is the coupon
discounts
code?
on my stream, but on the Old Blood, you should get 15% off an Old Blood pedal. Come on, get a dang flat light. Go buy a flat light right now for 15% off, you dummy. With the Effectopia code, right? Effectopia.
You can push FTB.
Yeah.
It will fade to black.
bye, Andy.
Bye, Andy.
Bye, guys. We love everyone. Say love you, Old Blood Noise in the chat. Bye. See you Friday. That shot of Brady.
On the
Oh
bottom
my
left where it says scenes, you'll have to click on off air.
Oh, you guys! It's funny because you guys are still on my.
Oh, we're
stream,
still on
which
air,
is
I
very
know.
funny. Which is very funny because you're not on your stream.
This is
anymore.
part of our ethos. We always got to break the fourth wall.
Break the fourth wall. Tim
Scenes.
says, "Love you,
bottom
Bran,
left,
Daddy,
if
and
you
Smith."
can- And see it. Go click off air.